as well as to chase. There's a weak, brief tornado near Ropesville, appropriately enough. Here it's connecting with the ground. You can see the dirt there. We're behind the mesocyclone because I'm too chicken to drive under it, and my wife's saying, let's go ahead. And then the RFD fills with dirt, and we decide to let the storm go because it doesn't seem to be doing much after that point. But let's look at this real quick, going back to the radars. If you look at the 6 o'clock surface map, Lubbock was 69 from all that cool air that came out of that storm. If you look down here at Seminole and La Mesa, they're in the 90s. And so there's a pretty strong temperature contrast across that blue line, that boundary there. And anytime you see a temperature contrast of something like that, that's like around 20 degrees, that's a lot. It seems like you get different factors fighting each other. Is the storm going to be able to use the warm air or the cool air or mix them or what? But it seems like it's kind of a limiting factor here. I think the cool air is probably coming in from the northeast. That's probably why that storm had trouble stretching and producing a decent, stronger tornado there. These are the Lubbock soundings here when our soundings were around 7 o'clock, about the time all this was happening. If you use 90 degrees south of the boundary, get a really steep lapse rate, which is what we would like. But the cloud base is getting kind of up there toward 2,000. And we don't have that much helicity in the general environment. You hope that the boundary can provide some additional. But if we contrast that with Lubbock here, watch what happens to the lapse rate. It drops like, what, 3.5 degrees here? It's really hard to get tornadoes when you get low-level lapse rates like that below, say, around 4.8, 4.5. And when you do get tornadoes with lapse rates close to this, you're going to have lots of helicity probably, like we did in the Hutchinson, Central Kansas case on May 18th that I showed you. And so we've got two different environments fighting right up against each other along that boundary. And I think one of the missing things there was that low-level stretching because of the cool air from that Lubbock storm. This doesn't resolve it entirely, but the SPC mesoanalysis does show a little cold pool there that's creating some problems. And so when you see this, sometimes you'll wonder if maybe we're getting a little bit too much cool air into the storm that's going to kind of fight against producing a very, very strong tornado. Okay, let's talk about the day before when we were in southwest Kansas. This is the Morton tornado. This is one of Greg Stump's images. Let's see, let's talk about this pretty quick. But there's a front that's in here. We've had a cool air mass in the central United States for a couple of days, and there's some high pressure, and I think there's been some convection that's reinforced this. But we do have a front that's right here. It even goes up into southeast Colorado, which is where we were. You see the storm in southeast Colorado, but here we have the storms forming in eastern New Mexico. And there's our storm that is producing the Morton tornado, or shortly before it. I'm not sure on that. But anyhow, here's our surface map, and it's interesting to look at these surface maps compared to the day before. Notice that we have, I know this looks like a stationary front up here, which it is, but down here, this is basically a warm front. And let's see, look at our times here. We're 4 hours apart, noon to 4 p.m. Let's see here. Here's Lubbock. Notice at noon, it's 68 degrees at Lubbock. But 4 hours later, it's 85. This thing's going north, and look at the dew point, 68. It's even coming up. There's tremendous warm advection, warm, moist air coming northward here, which is a very favorable situation for tornadoes. Like I said, warm fronts, tornadoes like warm fronts. If the temperature contrast if they're moving north and there isn't too much of a temperature contrast there. And that seems to be what was going on that day. Let's back up here one. I just want to position, here's the Morton supercell. And I'm not sure if it was right on the warm front or just south of it, but there's really a pretty broad area here that it can go and take advantage of the environment. It doesn't have to depend on a little skinny boundary like the day after. We were up in south here. Let me back up again. Sorry about that. We were up in southwest Kansas on this supercell up here. Notice it's going across the warm front, or it's actually not a warm front, it's a stationary front, into cooler air perpendicular to it. So it's going right into the cooler air. And so it didn't do a lot. It became very HP and produced some hail and produced a very brief tornado up there. But that's the storm we were on. We were even getting some drizzle in the inflow to that storm. And when you see that, you know you're probably in trouble unless you got a warm front right south of you coming north. In this case, you're just going into the deep, cool air. So that storm in southwest Kansas wasn't the best one to be on. The Morton one's going near the boundary along it in a much better environment. So, you know, we got the tornado out near Morton, and there was another pretty good wedge, I think, west-northwest of Lubbock later that afternoon or evening. Here's our HP storm in southwest Kansas that Shauna and I were on. Let's look at this here real quick. SPC mesoanalysis. This is the 5th, the day before the Morton tornado day. Look at the STP and the EHI here. Pretty large values in a fairly broad area. So it suggests that there's a pretty broad area that a storm can go along to take advantage of the environment, and it's not entirely dependent on the boundary or being right on the boundary maybe, but just close to it. Now this is the 6th, our Lubbock day, where we saw the weak tornadoes, and we still have an environment that could support some tornadoes, but certainly not as good looking as the day before. And notice right in here, we do have some STP, but it drops off pretty quick, and the AHI is not tremendously broad or impressive. And the the cloud bases, the LCL heights, you don't want real high LCL heights because the storms are, can you hear me? I guess when I bend over it drops out. Sorry about that. Anyhow, much lower LCL heights on the Morton day versus the Lubbock day west of Lubbock. Really steep gradient here, and when you got 2,000 LCLs up around 2,000 meters pretty close or punching into that area, that can kind of interfere with things too. That's not as favorable necessarily. Okay, let's talk about a few other cases here. Northeast South Dakota on the 28th was one of the most photogenic days last year. Really pretty picture there by Caleb O'Gara where you can see the tornado and the structure of the storm, the updraft there over it. HRRR shows storms going to northeast South Dakota there, a little north of where the southernmost cell did, but pretty good forecast. And it suggests there might be potential for tornadoes with those. EHI, big broad area going into there. Doesn't look like it's a narrow area along a boundary, and the STP looks pretty good as well, right in that spot. And here's our 500 millibar forecast map for the afternoon or evening. And we have west to east flow and a little trough coming out into the plains up there along the northern United States. And here's our surface map. This is at 3 p.m. And in the morning, we'd had some storms go through and produce another one of our outflow boundaries right here. But I want you to notice there's not that big a temperature contrast across this boundary. 88 to 82, not too bad. I think this is 85 to 82, 84 to 84. And notice the dew points and the winds are all coming from the south-southeast in here. It looks like you have a fairly broad area along the boundary, just north of it and certainly south of it. So that's a fairly favorable situation because if a storm forms, it's not going to have to be right on the boundary to do what it wants to do. Now, right here is the convergence that's occurring along, a couple of boundaries, a front, I believe, and then here's the outflow boundary. And there's our storm. That, I think, is right after it produced a tornado near Gary, and then there was another one that was a photogenic one later that evening, like 45 minutes later, as another cell developed behind that one. There's our southernmost cell. Again, look at this. Canby, and I believe this is Benson. They're both about the same temperature here. Very good dew points. Here's your boundary, but the boundary isn't have a lot of contrast across it. So I think that's very important there. And there's actually 3 supercells. All 3 of them produce tornadoes. The most photogenic one was the southern one. And if you look at the temperatures across the boundary, there's not a lot of a problem there because it doesn't look like the contrast is too strong. And even the cells that may be going into the warm sector can take advantage of a pretty good environment. There's our 3 supercells there. And I think the one that produced the pretty pictures in the photogenic tornado near Gary developed behind the initial supercell, and there it is right on the South Dakota-Minnesota border. And once again, SPC, EHI, STP, and cloud bases are pretty low. Pretty broad area that the storms can take advantage of. Okay, let's look at the day that had the EF5. This is southeast North Dakota. This EF3 tornado between Jamestown and Valley City. And then here's the EF5, which unfortunately killed 3 people and is the first EF5 that was officially reported in 12 years here. Let's see what the HER model does with it. This is the early evening, coming up about 8 o'clock. It's initiating a supercell here, which isn't too bad, though it's actually over here. And then it heads east. And we have other storms, kind of like a QLCS environment or embedded supercells coming across South Dakota, back over near Bismarck and eastward. Anyhow, here's our storm forming at around 7:30, I believe it is. And then by close to 9 o'clock, we've got a pretty good tornado going with this one right here. And then we got to watch this storm, which heads east. And by around 11 o'clock is when it produced the EF5, I think, right there. So 2 storms. And this is a really good warm frontal example. Earlier in the day, this warm front was in north central Nebraska, and it didn't move way far north. But look at the temperature contrast there. You go from I'm sorry, this is South Dakota. I think I just called it Nebraska. Excuse me. 94 at Aberdeen, 86 up there. It looks like that's Huron, if I've got it right. Anyhow, that's not much of a temperature contrast. You know, it's anything that's like 10 to 15 degrees is a lot more doable than 20 or more. And so you've got a really good environment on both sides of the warm front, and particularly north of it. So you don't have to be right on the warm front. There's probably lots of warm advection going on, and it's going to help really support those storms. You got a pretty strong trough coming out of the west with southwest flow and little embedded waves in it, and the storms are going to move east. This is our energy helicity index. I've drawn in the cap from the 700 millibar map, 13 degrees Celsius. Everything south here was pretty well capped at this time. But you can see the EHI extends up here north of the cap and north of the warm front. At least the cap doesn't extend further up here where it kind of cancels out what would go on along the warm front. And you can see the same thing here with the STP. Look at that big red pink area there. Boy, a really good environment going up into that area, coming out from under the cap and just near and north of the warm front. So you can see why we had some big tornadoes that day. This is the last case I'm going to do. It's a little different. This is the, what day is this? 6/16. This is the one we should have gone to North Nebraska instead of South Central Kansas the next day. We talked about that earlier. This is an interesting case. I would call this a hybrid tornado case that combines both supercell processes and non-supercell processes. And every once in a while you run into one of these. It's really interesting. You know, if you show people pictures of these, you can go out and look at David Mayhew's pictures out there. This looks very much like, this is a supercell case that had lots of helicity, right? And large cape. Wow, look at that tornado. It lasted nearly an hour. Really pretty. Here's Roger Hill's image of it with the rainbow. Really pretty images. Here's the whole storm from Simon Brewer and Justin Drake and Roger Edwards, who we're going to see on the panel this afternoon, I think. You can see clearly it's a supercell with some striations in it. You've got a vault over here on the north side of it. Very much a supercell storm, but if you look at some of the parameters, you wouldn't just go, oh, wow, this is going to be a big tornado day out in southwest Nebraska. Here's the surface map, 3 o'clock, 5 p.m., 7 p.m. And it's kind of a nice classic look pattern because you do have the low over northeast Colorado, a stationary front. There's even a secondary dry line here with deeper moisture going up into the area just northeast of the low. So if you've been around meteorology or chasing very much, you know, the low, and it kind of acts like a triple point there. That's probably a good place to go. Let's look at this here, right there. See those cumulus? When is this? This is 5:21 p.m. those are probably pretty close to the boundary right there. I think that's where the boundary's at. Notice the cumulus begin to build, and then storm fires here and goes up through the cirrus coming from the northwest. And that's right on that boundary. You can see it better there in that image. And then it keeps kind of building back to the west there underneath that overshooting top. We've got a pretty good tornado going on. And here you can see it on the radar. Boundary. Looks like it's moving north a little bit with the moisture surge there. Here's the storm going. It looks like that's probably an orphan anvil maybe. But then it redevelops with another updraft along the boundary. And that centers right on the boundary and actually back builds along the boundary, which when you see that, sometimes that's a good situation because the storm's staying right on the boundary. You can see it's right there along that boundary. The NATOcast, I don't know if you call this AI or just an algorithm that learns, but that day it's kind of hinting at something here, but it's certainly putting everything up in Minnesota where they had some tornadoes, though not as interesting, I don't think, as the one in Nebraska there. And here's the SPC outlook. These are hard to forecast. They had about a 2%. Let's look at the SPC analysis here now. This is, you see a heating axis. This is low-level lapse rates extending right up along the boundary in southwest Nebraska, and you can see the storm going there, the little green area in southwest Nebraska. Lots of moisture convergence showing the boundary. Lots of CAPE, over 4,000 up in that area. Now, here's the deal. You know, you look at this and you say, there's no helicity. I mean, it's less than 50 all across southwest Nebraska, at least according to the SPC mesoanalysis. So it's really hard just to call this, well, this is a pure supercell tornado, as I think there's other things going on. Where's it getting its spin? Not so much from this horizontal vorticity, but in these blue lines along the boundary in southwest Nebraska, you're getting this persisting vertical vorticity along the boundary. And if you can get a updraft to lock onto that and stay there and stretch that, voila, you can get a tornado like we did in this situation. The cloud bases are a little bit on the high side, but you can see the 2000 is stay to the south there, and we got about 1750. I like to look at 1750 as kind of a borderline area to get tornadoes out in the high plains. And if we look at the soundings here, this is at Curtis, Nebraska, which is just southeast of where this storm occurred. Huge CAPE. There's our steep lapse rates again, well over 8. There's no helicity there. That comes out as 0 if you compute it, at least in the 0 to 1 kilometer layer. The photograph's kind of got a bit of a shape to it, but it's not an ideal supercell tornado photograph. So I think the storm was getting its helicity right off of that boundary. Now this is North Platte's sounding. It also has a pretty steep lapse rate. We're just north of the boundary there. And you get a little tiny bit of HRH, or low-level shear there, and you still have your big CAPE. But you do have just enough deep layer shear going up to about 6 kilometers where you can support a supercell. So on this graphic here, I've kind of averaged the two soundings. And I think one of the most important things here is first of all, it's the lapse rate. It's probably around 8 to 8.5 along the boundary, and you have a lot of CAPE. Not much at all in the way of low-level shear. It's almost non-existent there. One important thing here is this 0 to 6 kilometer bulk shear. It's a little hard to explain, I guess, but in these situations, maybe there's a little bit of a sweet spot where you don't want the winds in the mid-levels to be very strong. You want them to be strong enough to support a supercell, which you can get with like 25 to 30 knots of 0 to 6 kilometer bulk shear, which is the difference between the wind at the ground and up around 400 millibars. And in this case, we're kind of in that marginal area around 27 knots. And the height on the LCLs is a little high, but it's still doable. But probably the most important things here, we got a sharp stationary wind shift boundary with little temperature contrast. Boundary's not moving, not a whole lot of temperature contrast across it. Sharp boundary with vorticity, and the storm develops directly on the boundary and stays there, probably because the convergence on the boundary is keeping it there, and there's not so much wind that it takes it away from the boundary. I've seen cases where the winds and the mid-levels on these, you think, well, there's a boundary there, it might do it, and the storms are forming right on the boundary, but then the mid-level winds take the storm away from the boundary. Where here it's staying on the boundary and pretty well locked onto it. I think that's very important. So it's an interesting case, and you can see I think it combines some non-supercell with supercell tornado parameters or aspects, and you get some of these probably every year. Usually they happen pretty much out in the high plains or the central plains. Well, we're about done here. How do you forecast these? I don't know. I think most people caught this tornado because they were out on their 2-week or 1-week vacation. And what you do is you go northeast of the surface low, where the Cape is, along the boundary, kind of near the triple point area there. And that's where pattern recognition is your friend, and maybe all this supercell environment stuff doesn't do you a whole lot of good. Let's see, let me back up here real quick. I was just going to point out, again, there's no holistic forecast here. It's zilch almost. So it doesn't look like a dramatic supercell case, but what you do see here is a low over northeast Colorado boundary. Look at all this heating coming up in here, which translates to those steep lapse rates I was talking about. And you got your little kind of dry line bulge right in here northeast of the low. So I think that's probably a pattern recognition thing. If you're out there and you're hoping for something interesting, that's probably where you would go. But I'll be honest with you, when I try to forecast these myself, I'll probably get maybe 10. So it's not very good. And that's surface moisture convergence. But as the late Chuck Doswell said, there's a lot of ways to get tornadoes, a lot of combinations of factors and ingredients. Okay, let's wrap this up here. Let's go back to the HRRR thing that my wife berates me about. These are 3 of the cases we just looked at where the supercells on the morning forecast, you can see where they formed. And then I've indicated in the red where the supercells actually formed, okay? And if there's any kind of a quasi-systematic error with the HRR when it's off like that, I think it suggests, and this is very subjective, kind of suggests that it's a little off. It tends to put things a little too far north. So maybe that's something to keep in mind sometimes. And then let's look at the boundaries and summarize that real quick, and then I'll be done. Here's that Lubbock case that Shona and I were on with the boundary. The storm went right along the boundary, and you had the 69 at Lubbock, the 90 south of the boundary, but since the storm was right on the boundary in a maybe less than real desirable environment, it still was able to produce some weak tornadoes. And that was very useful for me to observe out there. Like I call that kind of a natural laboratory where you can kind of see what nature's going to do with that environment compared to the one in south central Kansas where the storm was well north of the boundary. Yeah, this is that one here where the supercell was just north of the boundary. And if that one had been able to go closer to the boundary or right on it, who knows? Maybe it would have been able to produce a tornado like the Lubbock case. And then here's the June 20th stuff in North Dakota. You have a warm front, not a lot of temperature contrast, so you've got a lot of area, kind of a fat ramp there, either just north of the boundary or just south of it, mainly just north of it, where it can produce tornadoes because it's got a really good supercell environment going for it, feeding into it. And here's the one in northeast South Dakota with the 3 supercells. And again, you have a outflow boundary, but the outflow boundary, you don't have to be right on it because you've got a pretty good environment on both sides of it, particularly just to the south there in the warm sector. And so that gives you a little idea of some things that I need to learn to look at a little bit more when I go out storm chasing. And I think that's all. And I know I ran probably kind of long, but I really appreciate you guys sticking around and listening. So thanks for having me, Eric.
At this time, we'd like to recognize one of the partners who helps make the National Storm Chaser Summit possible. Please welcome to the stage, Live You.
That was a very cool intro. There will be no slides, and I'm going to keep this very brief. I know that a lot of you have just heard about who LiveView is, what do we do, just yesterday, I think. Show of hands, how many of you now know about LiveView? Awesome, awesome. Now I can't see your hands because I just got the spotlight. But my name is Jacqueline. I'm here representing LiveView with my coworker, Derek. Please come by our booth. What is LiveView? The key factor is that we are the inventors of cellular bonding technology. What does that mean? We take SIMs, right, just like from your cell phone, and create a possible transmission for you from all the modems that we integrate within our units. Starting off with the lowest unit, our LU300, it's got 4 modems, 2 internal, 2 external. Our LU800 unit has 8 modems. That'll be all internal. But what does this mean to you, right? It means better quality. It means possible data bridge, what we call, so hotspots while you're on the go. You're able to also get IP pipeline is what we call it, through our packs. This will enable you guys to be on the field and sending back to telegraphy, okay? What does this now mean for you is one of these packs, either you're on the field in your unit, it will automatically connect your video feed in the cloud or back to a server, a physical server. So I'm jumping all over the place. Going back to what does this mean to you? Cellular bonding technology. With our SIMs, you're going to go ahead and have one Verizon, one AT&T, and one T-Mobile, okay? With the larger units, you're going to have redundancy on those. With our most newest technology, it's called LIQ. We combine those SIMs with eSIM technology, meaning that the second that you step off of your vehicle, turn on the unit, it can tell geographically where you are located. It will say, hey, the Verizon tower is the closest tower around in this area. It'll then turn on all of the 7 SIMs, I believe it is, 7 SIMs, leaving one behind to that Verizon network in order to create redundancy and better quality for your transmission. That singular one SIM that did not turn to Verizon is going to go ahead and continue to look. What's happening? Is Verizon still strong? Is T-Mobile showing better strength? Is AT&T somehow, getting better? With the weather, if y'all are familiar with the Texas floods that occurred last year, we went ahead and lost a couple towers. Lots of stations were in the midst of the water. With the LIQ capability, they were able to transmit in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of chaos. Depending on your need, we definitely want to communicate with you, right? What's the price point? That's always what we get the first question, but what's the price point? That's probably why I haven't heard of you guys. We do start as simple as an app on your phone, LU Smart. That app on your phone is going to allow you to transmit based off your cellular data, right? That's not a data package through LiveView, but through your cellular data, you're able to point and shoot your camera, whether it be a tornado, clouds forming, anything on the highway that's just looks like maybe your local station might want to have on their news. I say that to say any of the local broadcasters, freelancers, folks who are sharing your daily news probably know or have a LiveView unit, whether it's a server or an actual backpack, as we call them. If this is the case, the integration of your units or you sending them material while you're out on the field is super easy. The integration is almost automatic depending on the kind of units that you have. But depending on your area, like I mentioned, LIQ is our most reliable and most new part of the technology with that eSIMs. Now, a lot of you that came up to the booth did ask about the Starlink. I have Starlink. Can I use it? Do we have to only use the SIMs on the unit? The answer is no. You do not just have to use the SIMs on the unit. The answer is yes. You have a Starlink, please connect it. Any of our units, too, do have Ethernet connections, Wi-Fi based. I know this kind of doesn't make sense if you're out on the field, but I thought I'd share. So at the end of the day, like I said, I was going to keep this short. What is LiveView? LiveView has data packs that are going to allow you to transmit high-quality video in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of crowds, or in a room like this, right? It just depends on your scenario. Come and have a conversation with us so that we can better give you examples based on the day-to-day cases that y'all might have. If you're just getting started or if you're super integrated, I know folks have spoken about already having some of these units in their vehicles. We do have cradles for them. They can get integrated onto your vehicles. They don't have to just be on your backpacks, but that is really it. That is LiveView. We really want to share our units, our knowledge, our technology with you. Please stop by the booth. That is all I've got.
For those of you that decide to stay here, I know, I love it. I love it. We have a little giveaway, okay? All right, so what should we do for this? Should we just throw it out in the audience?
Yeah, I think we should just throw it out.
Or, yeah, okay, so first of all, has anyone seen the Thunderheads? Do they know what they are? Yes, Thunderheads. So these are the most adorable, like, squishies. There's like a little bit of, what's it called? Like, I'm trying to think if I forget what's underneath here.
I don't know. It's just, like a beanbag.
Yeah, beanbag. That's what I'm trying to say. So, yeah, they're really adorable and cute. And not only are they adorable and cute, they're educational. And you learn about thunderstorms and all sorts of things. So you need to go over there and check out Thunderheads. But I'm just going to chuck this in the audience, okay? Are you ready? Just be aware. Woo! Yeah!
That's awesome. Well, we're going to go ahead and introduce our next speakers for today. Legends, both of them are pilots, which is super cool.
Yes.
You know, pilots have to know all about meteorology. And they're also storm chasers. And they're really awesome. Like, Skip is someone that I really looked up to, learned a lot from when I was first started chasing, and I always thought it was really cool. I will say I was always really nervous to be in a Skip Talbot breakdown video. Because like 100% if you're in that, like, it kind of messes with your whole head. I remember like Tanner Charles a few years ago, like got cornrows afterwards to change his complete image after Skip was like, maybe you shouldn't drive into a tornado. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to introduce Skip Talbot, Andrew Gudarelli. Welcome to the stage, guys.
All right, hello everybody. Just waiting on slides. All right, so as Eric mentioned, it's very important to know meteorology if you are a pilot, because we are in the sky every single day, right? When you chase a storm, you are on the ground looking at the sky. When you're flying a plane, you're in the sky itself. So it's all in your head, right? People think that, you know, a lot of the reasons storm chasers get in trouble is because of the storm or other factors, but a lot of the time it's because of themselves. And with most plane incidents, it's also because of pilot error and mental factors. So that's kind of what we're going to be talking about today. Skip?
Yeah, thanks for having me back here, guys. It's great to be back talking to all of you. So yeah, just a little bit about my aviation background. These are my two main interests, right? Storm chasing and aviation. So I thought I'd show you or talk to you guys today about how I actually use my aviation background in chasing. So a little bit about myself. I grew up in an aviation family on a small airport. I started taking lessons when I was a teenager, but it wasn't until 2008 that I really started training. I got my pilot's license in 2010. I'm rated airplane single engine land. All that means is I fly little planes like Cessnas. And yeah, I have a total time of 203 hours, and that makes me a pretty low time pilot. I don't have my instrument rating. I don't have a commercial. I'm not a flight instructor like Andrew. He's the real professional here. I'm what I would consider myself to be an amateur scrub.
Oops. So yeah, I have a few more ratings than Skip. When I was 17 years old, I got my private pilot's license, actually flew a plane before I ever drove a car. I have airplane single engine land, most recently my seaplane rating, which I got down in Florida about a month or two ago. Multi-engine land, instrument, commercial, CFI, and CFII, which is instrument flight instructor rating. I'm at approximately 475 hours. Back in 2019, I did an internship up in Alaska working for Alaska Airlines, and now I work as a CFII at Ohio University in Athens, Ohio, which is pretty funny because usually in the meteorology world, when someone says OU, that's Oklahoma, right? But to me, it's Ohio, and I would like to point out we're about 50 years older than the University of Oklahoma, so we got copied by you guys.
Yeah, to compare my other main interests here, just for fun, I do like to keep stats. So these are my chase stats since I started chasing in 2003. I've been on 462 chases, 290,000 miles. I've seen 156 tornadoes total. I know a lot of you see 156 tornadoes every season, so I'm not jealous. But yeah, I still consider myself an amateur scrub when it comes to storm chasing as well. You know, it's really not my career. I didn't go to school for meteorology. I don't have a degree in storm chasing, but I think that's great. Because really there is no official training or certification or licensing for storm chasing like there is for flying. It's up to us amateurs to figure out what we're doing out there in the field. And I think that's a good thing. Do you guys want an FAA for storm chasing telling you when and where you can chase? So I just something to keep in mind there.
Yeah, so I don't have a degree in meteorology either. I did pick up a minor when I was in college, but my major was in aviation flight. I've been on 126 chases. I actually first got recognition for seeing the aurora at Glacier National Park back in 2022. There weren't many tornadoes that year, and that was kind of my photo that blew up, and that's how I started getting recognition. But I have got to 38 tornadoes now, kind of also an amateur scrub, just like Skip. My claim to fame tornado-wise is the El Dorado tornado back in 2024. That was a really beautiful tornado for those of you who were there. I chased pretty much full-time 2020 through 2024, and then last year just did the standard 2-week chasecation as I was focusing on building flight hours instead.
These are my 2025 stats, and I just want to throw these up here that maybe it makes you guys feel better. But I struck out last season. I saw 0 tornadoes. So I'm definitely going to be attending John Davies forecasting classes with paper and pencil in hand, ready to take notes, find the boundary, find the tornadoes, right? It's about chasing the gradients. And I definitely got suckered by the HRRR on several of those days. But yeah, I thought I would share this with you guys because 15 years ago, I went to ChaserCon, and there was another huge legend of a chaser up there saying that he got 0 tornadoes, and I thought that was really great that he shared that. You know, sometimes you see people share all their greatest catches on Facebook, and you beat yourself up about it, but I just want to show you guys that, yeah, even I've been chasing for 20-something years. I have bad years, too, so...
My year last year went a little bit better. I had 8 chase days, 4 tornadoes. My best day was May 16th. I got the Sikeston, Missouri tornado, and then left that storm just in time to get the Marion, Illinois EF4, which I think I'm the only chaser who got both of those. I'm not sure. You had to leave it at like the exact right time. But the bragging can stop now because the rest of my season was a disaster. I was 30 minutes late for Arnett, missed that, and then didn't manage my limited paid time off in June and ended up missing both the Wellfleet and Gary tornadoes. So the mental health spiral, which you're about to hear about with Edgar's talk next, kind of definitely went downhill for me as I missed a lot of the good stuff. But at least I had something to take home for the year.
You. So, combining my 2 passions, right? These things do not mix. Airplanes and tornadoes, right? I mean, who would be dumb enough to chase supercells in a small airplane. And this guy was. So we actually attempted this from 2012 to 2013. We rented a Cessna 182 with the goal of documenting tornadoes from the air. I teamed up with a much more experienced pilot. That's Caleb Elliott. It's a commercial jet pilot with thousands of hours. He was our pilot in command. We picked days where we could get a classic isolated supercell with a nice clear air escape route here. We had a cinematographer with us. This is Phil Bates. He runs a stock footage company out of Oregon. He's got, I think, tens of thousands of dollars worth of camera here precariously perched on this open window at a few thousand feet. And I was in the back seat using my regular storm chasing setup with GR level 3, and we were even able to ping spotter network, which must have looked pretty suspect to chasers on the ground. We're going 120 miles an hour diagonally across the grid. Now, I know some of you are able to do that now too, but yeah, I'll show you some of our better days. We got out there for 4 aerial chase missions. These aerial chases were a success in that we lived to tell about them. Please do not do this. It is wildly dangerous. But they were a failure in that we did not get the tornado shot. We got on tornado-worn supercells on all 4 days. We could not pull off the tornado, but we did get some gorgeous shots. A big black wall cloud over Kansas here. Just a gorgeous classic here with the base and the anvil stretching overhead. And then this storm really started to get going here. A big RFD surge with a big dust plume. The updraft base started to pull that dust back into the base. We even saw chasers driving along on the grid down there. It was really cool. This storm just started to really get going. It was wrapping up, a nice rotating lowering. It was gonna do it. And then, we had to go get gas. So we left that storm. I think Tony Lawback got some gorgeous shots of this big, long umbilical cord rope that came out of that thing. This here is the look of utter dejection. So, yeah, that was brutal. This is what our aerial chases looked like. We flew little racetrack patterns in front of the storm as the storm tracked northeast here. This was one of our more dramatic days. Great big rotating wall cloud here, and it looks like it's getting ready, but there's a problem. It's going right into downtown Omaha, and Omaha is very busy airspace. A lot of airliners coming in out of there. It's controlled airspace. We had to ask permission to fly in there. We got on the radio with approach, and we said, hey, can we come in your airspace? We want to fly little circles in front of this storm over here. There was a long pause on the radio. We didn't know if we were in trouble or what. They finally came back, approved. Apparently, all other traffic had been diverted away from this storm. We were the only crazy bastards still in the air. So we had the whole airspace to ourselves. This was our last aerial chase. This was the famous Roselle, Kansas day. Who was on Roselle? Anybody on that tornado? So we weren't on Roselle. We were on a storm to the north, but this is what it looked like out of the windscreen. The visibility was terrible, pea soup, and we're flying up to this hazy base trying to spot tornadoes here. But the worst thing of all was the turbulence. It was so bumpy, we were banging our heads on the ceiling, and I started to get really, really airsick. Even as a pilot, I get airsick, and it was getting so bad I was going to hurl. And we didn't have air sickness bags in the plane. So the only thing I could think to do was open the window. So I stuck my entire head out of the plane, and it's like a fire hose, 120 miles an hour of wind to the face. And then I just let loose, just heaving uncontrollably down the side of this plane. And with that wind, it was blowing down the plane. It was blowing up my nose. It was blowing back into the plane. It was everywhere. And I was still miserable. We had to land to get gas. I threw up again. While I was in the bathroom, that storm caught us. The gust front went overhead, and we had to take off between the gust front and the hail core. It was incredibly risky and dangerous. Please don't attempt this. But yeah, I was absolutely miserable, so much so it was literally the worst day of my life. I was sick for hours and hours. I was so sick that I could not get behind the controls of an airplane again for 8 years. But 8 years later, the bug finally bit me again. I thought I was done flying, but I got back in the air a few years ago. I joined our flying club, and airplanes, not good for getting shots of tornadoes. I do not recommend. What I do recommend is those drones that's the way to go for your aerial tornado shots. Project Otis, getting absolutely fantastic footage. What airplanes are good for are doing aerial damage surveys. So we had a 20-mile-long EF2 track through central Illinois a few years ago. I took our Cessna 172 up and overflew the path. Look at these suction vortice marks in the corn. Those are so cool. See where it flattened the corn there as it crossed the highway. And yeah, just this classic, the neighbor's house is untouched, but that house is heavily damaged. This is a 1/4-mile wide EF2, but it's those suction vortices doing the damage. Drones are great for getting these close-in damage shots like this, but airplanes, you know, could work together, and they really excel on tornadoes like this that have like a 20-mile path length over rather inaccessible open terrain that's hard to get to with drones. So I think they can both work together to do a lot of that damage survey work. This is what I'm flying now. This is a Rutan Long Easy. It is an experimental homemade airplane. My dad built this plane from scratch with a friend. It took them 7 years to build. It was first flown in 1985. I have fond memories riding in the back seat as a kid on the way to air shows. It's made out of foam that's hot wire cut, epoxied, and fiberglass together. So it's shaped like this for safety reasons. It doesn't stall like a normal airplane. It's also highly efficient. I get about 160 miles an hour cruise out of that, and it gets better gas mileage than my van. So I'm a low-time pilot. I fly Cessnas, and the family basically just gave this plane to me. I had no idea what I was doing. So I went down to Tennessee, and I got special training, several hours of transition training from a former F-14 pilot. It was like Top Gun, but it was super fun learning to fly this plane. I didn't get a tornado this year, but I got to fly this into the world's largest air show, so that's what made 2025 for me. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I'm done aerial storm chasing. I'm going to leave that to the real aerial storm chasers like Amaryllis. I'm looking forward to her talk tomorrow from the hurricane hunters. I would absolutely puke my guts out doing one of those hurricane flying flights. But I do hope to get some weather shots. Just swooping through those towering cumulus at sunset is absolutely spectacular. So.
All right, so now some pictures from a pilot who doesn't fly into tornadoes. So certified flight instructor, a lot of variety. You get to do a lot of different things. So most of the flights are, local teaching students how to land, how to stall, how to do different things in an aircraft. But sometimes we get to go to cool places. The good thing about Southeast Ohio is we're in the foothills of the Appalachians, so I get to fly to West Virginia, Kentucky a lot. This was just outside of Lewisburg, West Virginia last summer. It's pretty cool when you get to see stuff like that from the air. We fly all types of seasons, all types of temperatures, right? This is the frozen Ohio River just outside of this Parkersburg, West Virginia, so that's the border of Ohio and West Virginia there, almost completely iced over, which has happened 2 years in a row now. We've had a couple of cold La Nina winters that have led to that happening. But winter flying is a whole nother factor than in the summertime because you have to worry about ice forming on the wings. So if the temperature's close enough to freezing, you can't really go in clouds at all in small little aircraft like a Piper Warrior or a Cessna 172. You have to be really cautious about your decision making with all that type of stuff. Got to fly over the city I grew up in. This is Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I always like to take students there because our airspace in Athens is very sparse. There's not a lot of aircraft. So when you fly, this is barely even zoomed in. They vectored us right over the city. And there's tons of aircraft and tons of excitement going on when you're in a really, crowded environment like that. So anything from mountain flying in West Virginia to urban flying over Pittsburgh and Cincinnati. And there's a view from the ramp at Ohio University's airport. So these are the Piper Warriors that I fly. Pretty cool Soviet jet in the background that's not one of our aircraft. It is a public airport, so anyone can fly in. But we have 2006 Piper Warriors with really good glass cockpit avionics, Cessnas, and we just got Cirruses as well. I haven't been checked out to fly in them yet, but they're really nice. And this is the best part of the job. So when a pilot does their first ever solo flight when they're training, their flight instructor cuts off the back of their shirt. Because back in the old days, the airplanes would have one seat in the front and one seat in the back. And before headsets, if the instructor needed to get the student's attention, they'd pull on the back of their shirt. Obviously, it's different nowadays, but the tradition stayed. So over the summer, this was the first and so far only student I've had who I've actually gotten to sign off on a first solo. And I tell you, I was twice as nervous for his first solo than I was for my own first solo, because when it's your life in your hands, it doesn't feel as heavy as when it's somebody else's life that you're, signing off and trusting that they can do it. We have a lot of simulators as well. So this is inside one of our flight simulators. So we can set up all types of failures, different types of things, instrument flying. I teach probably as much instrument as I do private. So just different things that we can use at home, which now with Outbreak Simulator, I guess we have storm chasing simulators as well. So far in 2026, though, not much flying. As I mentioned, with the La Nina winter that we're having, this is what Ohio has looked like. Contrary to popular belief, it's not flat across the whole state, and it's been very cold and snowy. We had a big snowstorm come through Athens about a week or so ago, gave us 6.5 inches of snow and a little bit of sleet, and that is downtown. And there's campus at Ohio University. It's such a beautiful place, and I'm thankful to be able to work there. All right, so now getting into a bit of the bread and butter of this conversation, aeronautical decision making, and we're going to translate this to storm chaser decision making. So aeronautical decision making is a systematic approach to risk management and stress management. And I want you guys to think of decision making as it's a constant process. You don't wake up, make your decisions, and then forget about it, right? You are always making decisions from the week before you drive out to go storm chasing to as you're looking at the tornado. It's a constant mental process. We think of hazards in storm chasing as the tornado, lightning, all that kind of stuff. Am I still getting picked up? I was hearing feedback. Okay, cool. So we think of those things as the dangers, right? But the biggest danger is other drivers on the road, let's be real. But the second biggest danger is your own brain, right? The inaccuracies and problems in your own head that's the danger, not the storm itself. So there's 5 hazardous attitudes that the Federal Aviation Administration has identified as being very common in pilots, and they translate all right to storm chasing. So we'll start with anti-authority. Don't tell me what to do. You have police officer blocking off a road, let's say in a chase, right? Someone goes around him. Why is he blocking off the road? Well, maybe a tornado just crossed through and paramedics are treating victims up there, right? Maybe the road is flooded. There's a reason why there are laws. There's a reason why there are rules and customs in storm chasing. So if you have this mindset, the antidote is follow the rules. They are usually correct. Show of hands, who has ever felt, not only in chasing, but any time in life, that they've had a bit of anti-authority mentality in their head? Yeah. All right, impulsivity. So here we have, I don't even remember when this was. I was at a 7-hour, 15-minute drive ahead, which is not even close to as far as storm chasing drives can get, as we all know. Hurry up, right? I need to get there. This is a long drive. I might be running late for the storm. Speed limit's 70. Maybe I could go 80, right? Maybe a little faster. Well, probably not a good idea, right? Not only is that breaking the laws on our last hazardous attitude, but it's just rushing. It's thinking very quickly. So a lack of rational thinking caused by desire to accomplish an objective immediately, right? This is your, chasers blowing through stop signs in a small town to try to get to the storm. Just making rash decisions and not thinking it through. So if you have this, not so fast, think first. Show of hands, who's ever had impulsivity in their lives? Yeah, it's impossible not to in a fast-paced environment like storm chasing. All right, invulnerability. I showed some of my highlight pictures, and now I have to show some of my low-light pictures. This was Lamar, Colorado, a couple years ago. Flat tire happened on a gravel road. Nothing I could do about it, right? Invulnerability, it's not going to happen to me. Everything's going to be fine. Well, it could and will most likely happen to you at some point in your career, no matter what it'll be. Complacency kills. That's a huge thing in aviation. That's a huge thing in storm chasing, especially, there's kind of the curve of when you start to know something, you feel like you're really good, right? And then you know even more and you realize that you're actually not as good as you thought you were. And that's a really dangerous time. They say the most plane accidents happen with 2 flight instructors flying together because they're just experienced enough to think that they're the best pilots, but they're not experienced enough to know that they're good pilots, but they're not seasoned airline pilot veterans, right? So the antidote to this, it could happen to me. Nobody in this room is immune from, anything, right? So, all right, show of hands, who's ever had invulnerability in their careers? All right, big macho man, right? I'm the best pilot ever. I'm the best storm chaser ever, all right? Nobody knows more than storm chasing about me. Believe me, folks, all right? It's just kind of being all in your head about yourself, right? We all know people like this. It's commonly thought of as a male trait, right? So, to the men in here, there's no need to prove masculinity by getting close to the tornado or anything like that. You can prove your injuries to the doctor if you get too close to the tornado, I suppose. But although it's more common in men than women, it's a common misconception that it can't affect everybody. It can impact women as well. So regardless of who you are, there's no need to prove yourself to this community by doing anything reckless. It could happen to you, and the antidote to macho is taking chances is foolish, right? So take your time and, don't try to overprove yourself. All right, show of hands, who's ever had macho? All right. Resignation. So this one, after the other hazardous attitudes really get you in a bad situation, this is how it ends, right? Things are going bad, and then you just kind of mentally tap out. What's the use? There's nothing I can do to help this at this point, right? But that is not true. Even to the very end, the final few seconds can be a life-saving decision. If you have a tornado bearing down on you and you're able to, do something to just escape it enough, it could be the difference between getting injured or getting killed, right? So same with airplanes. We have a saying in aviation, always fly the airplane until you can't anymore. And if, the controls aren't working on the plane, you're struggling to fly it, have as much control as you can over the airplane. You are still in at least some control of the situation. And every plane crash that's ever happened, those pilots were on the controls until the very, very end. That is, no pilot would ever give up flying the aircraft, and you should never give up in a storm chase. So if you're feeling like you're giving up, you're not helpless. There's still something you can do. And this is not just a safety thing. If your forecasting has gone bad and you're at half an hour from the storm and you think, I'm just going to go home to the hotel, I'm giving up on the chase. No, get to the storm. It could be a cyclic supercell that could produce tornado after tornado, right? It's not over yet. So giving up, not giving up won't guarantee you'll succeed, but giving up will guarantee that you won't succeed, right? So, all right, who's ever had resignation before? All right, who raised their hands all 5 times? All right, if you didn't, you're either not paying attention to me, which is not very nice, or you're not being honest with yourself, all right? Every single person in this room is susceptible to all 5 of these hazardous attitudes. Every pilot, every storm chaser, even if you not either of those, every person in your life has at least somewhat of these. Some people more than others, obviously, but the main point of this is we are all susceptible to all of these. So check yourself, try to think, hey, where am I having these? How is it impacting my safety out with chasing? All right, so let's move on to some things that we can do to kind of, improve our decision making on a chase, right? So pre-flight or pre-chase, there's our Cirrus airplanes that I was talking about earlier with the amazing auroras that we had a few months ago. So we have what's called the 5P check in aviation: plane, pilot, passengers, programming, and the plan. Obviously, plane and pilot can become chase vehicle and the chaser. So kind of to go through these, right? So your chase vehicle. Are your tires inflated? Do you have a spare tire, right? I was lucky I had a spare tire that was working on that picture when I got the flat tire a couple years ago, or else I really would have been in trouble. Are you full on fuel, right? Is everything, ready to go in your car? Yourself, we'll get to the I'm Safe checklist on the next slide. Think about the hazardous attitudes I just taught you all about. And then your passengers, who are you chasing with? Do you have a chase partner, right? They can help and hurt you. If you're with someone inexperienced, don't be relying on their thoughts about the setup and the meteorology, but they can still help you. Someone who doesn't know anything about storm chasing can, help you navigate, can help look at maps, can help do certain things that are useful. I'm always a solo chaser. I've taken a few family members with me. They don't know anything about chasing, and they've still been a benefit. It's made it easier for me. I mean, even when I'm trying to get photos and videos, I can delegate those tasks to them. Programming, so a little more programming in an airplane than in chasing, right? But you want to make sure your GPS is ready, your navigation. Make sure you know how to use the systems, right? Make sure you understand how Google Maps works, all the things you want to use. And finally, the plan, right? Have your forecast ready in the morning. Have everything ready to go. Where are we going? Don't just aimlessly wander towards the storm, and just kind of have a general plan of what you're going to be doing for the day. All right, I'm Safe checklist. We do this every time before we fly. Do it every time before you chase. Illness. I mean, that one's obvious. Anyone see the Perryton, Texas tornado a couple years ago, the EF5? Anybody? Wow, no one? Okay, well, I didn't see it either because I was in Oklahoma with food poisoning that day, and supercell came right over the hotel that I got with baseball-sized hail, and that was a very frustrating way to miss a tornado, but it happens. I didn't chase. Medication, right? Certain medications can make you drowsy, stuff like that. Are you stressed out, whatever's going on in life? Make sure you eat enough. This is a big one. Make sure you sleep enough, all right? We've all, myself included, chased on not enough sleep. Chasing on, or driving on 24 hours of being awake is about the same as driving drunk. And if you wouldn't drink and drive, don't pull an all-nighter and then drive either. Finally, emotions, right? Maybe you're really upset because you missed the chase yesterday. I'm not saying don't chase the next day, right, because you want to redeem yourself, but, you know, just try to move on from the past. We can do a risk assessment before every chase, so this is just kind of a example. You can kind of come up with your own add-up points if that's something you want to do. All right, during the chase, situational awareness is extremely, extremely important. I think we should all know that. Where am I? Where's the tornado? Where's the hail core? Where's the bear's cage? If you don't know what a bear's cage is, you probably shouldn't be storm chasing yet, right? There's a really good video on YouTube, Field Tactics for Practical Storm Chasing by Skip Talbot, that explains all of this. That's what you can use to help figure it all out, right? If you don't have any meteorology classes in college, whatever, go get storm spotter training, right? There's professionals that'll do this. In aviation, where am I, the airport, other planes, etc. This is a constant thing. Always be aware of where you are. And if you lose situational awareness, know your escape route and get out of there. All right, during the chase. So crew resource management, huge thing in aviation. Most, cockpits have 2 planes. Who's flying the aircraft, right? There's 2 sets of controls. So usually one pilot's flying and one is monitoring. So one pilot's physically flying the aircraft. The other one is talking on the radio, setting all the gauges, stuff like that. That's usually how we split it. In a chase, who's driving, navigating, who's filming and taking pictures, right? If you have a big, 4-person crew, delegate tasks. That way you're not trying to do everything. I usually chase on my own. I've never had a chase partner. I've only taken guests who aren't chasers. So if you're a single chaser, there's way more to manage by yourself. So just make sure that you're, delegating tasks to yourself the right way as well. If you do get into trouble, you can use the decide checklist. I mean, it's hard to do it on the fly, but, at least try to think about it. Detect the problem, estimate the need for a change, choose the desirable outcome, identify the actions needed to change the outcome, do those actions, and then evaluate whether or not they worked. If not, go back to step 4 and try to identify a different action that you need to change. If you realize that there's a tornado coming right at you and there's a river and there's only one road that goes south, drive south. All right, operational pitfalls, another big problem here. Peer pressure, right? I get it. We all want to compete with each other. There's some good to that, right? I mean, that's how society evolved from competition, but it can be a really dangerous thing if we go too far with it. As I said earlier, you don't need to prove yourself to anybody. Get there-itis and get home-itis. This is really big. It includes after the chase, so don't turn your brain off when you're done chasing. I know you want to get to the hotel. I know you want to get home. You're tired. Wet roads, storms at night, other drivers. There are still dangers just from driving. As I said, the most dangerous part of chasing is not the storms, it is all the driving. Getting behind the aircraft or the chase, as I said, you always want to keep up on things and not kind of falling behind, so just always be thinking one step ahead. As I mentioned earlier, using your escape route does not mean you failed, all right? Sometimes I've had to use escape routes, Skip has, everybody has. Storms, can box us in with road networks, and sometimes you have no choice. Operating without adequate fuel reserves. I laughed when I saw that on the FAA website. That's really dangerous in an airplane. Might not be dangerous chasing, but you run out of gas, yeah, the storm's going to go bye-bye and your chase is over. So make sure you're filled up on gas. And then allowing stressors to impact mental clarity, such as environmental, physiological, and psychological. So that's back to the I'm safe stuff. You want to just make sure you're ready with all that. And then we got the Swiss cheese model and risk stacking. So think of it this way. The more pieces of Swiss cheese you line up in a row, the less chance that the holes are going to line up, right? So every safety thing you do is an extra piece of Swiss cheese. And every time you take a layer off, you're stacking your risks. So it's really hard to get in an accident from doing one bad thing. Almost every single accident in aviation, and same with storm chasing, is from a combination of bad decisions that was made really over days, months, even years with your mindset that led to one breaking point that cost you, injury or your life. All right, Skip.
Yeah, I thought I would talk to you guys about a case study that kind of puts a lot of this together here. I flew the Long Easy out to the summit here. I was really geeked to do that. I took off from Central Illinois yesterday. It was a 6-hour flight. It was 17 degrees when I left Springfield, and this plane does not have heat. So that was fun, but it was a gorgeous, gorgeous flight. Otherwise, flying in with the mountains was spectacular. But yeah, flying into Colorado in a long easy seemed like a fitting thing to talk about this case study. So do you guys know John Denver? John Denver was a hugely popular folk and country singer. He was most popular in the 70s and 80s. I didn't know this until I started researching this, but one of Colorado state songs is a John Denver song, Rocky Mountain High. I thought that was pretty neat. He's also an incredibly accomplished pilot. He had thousands of hours in all kinds of different types, aerobatic biplanes. He even had a type rating for a Learjet, which he used to fly to his concerts. John Denver bought a Long Easy that another amateur builder had made. And again, this is an experimental design. And this one in particular had a lot of modifications and quirks to it. Denver only got about a half an hour's worth of training on it. He did just a couple of practice landings, and then he flew it back to his home base in Monterey, California. There was less than 2 hours of fuel on the plane when he flew it back to his home. The flight took about an hour. So you can maybe guess where I'm going with this. But the next day, he went out to fly that plane, and he started the engine, but it quit right away. So a mechanic came over to help him and noticed that the fuel valve was in the off position, and Denver was having trouble turning it. So the mechanic actually gave him some pliers to try to turn that fuel valve. And while the mechanic was there, he noticed how low the fuel was and offered to refuel the plane for Denver. John Denver said, nah, I'm only going to be flying for a short while. So he took off. He did a couple of practice landings. Then he flew low over Monterey Bay. Witnesses report that the engine sputtered out. Then the plane nosed over hard to the right. He hit the ocean nearly vertically and was killed on impact. After the crash, this one particular part got a lot of attention. This is the fuel selector switch. It controls which tank the airplane is pulling fuel from, left or right. It can't do both at the same time. So in the longies, you have to periodically switch between the two, or the plane can run out of fuel and the engine will quit. Denver's plane had been modified from the original plans. The fuel selector switch was moved to the pilot's seat behind the pilot's left shoulder here. Here's where it is located on my plane, and per the original plans, right between the pilot's legs there, where they can easily reach it with the left hand while flying with the right hand. And at a glance there, I can see I'm on the left tank. They think that when Denver's engine quit, he was attempting to switch tanks to the other tank to see if there was fuel in it. Investigators from the NTSB, they got another Long Easy, and they actually simulated what Denver had to do in order to switch tanks. They found that he'd first have to undo his seatbelt straps, then he'd have to let go of the control stick with his right hand. He'd have to reach back and twist like this and try to reach that fuel selector behind him, which wasn't labeled and had confusing positions on it. So it was difficult to know which tank you were on. Investigators found that when they did this, they were inadvertently pushing on the right rudder pedal. So with his hand off the stick, attention diverted, right rudder would cause the plane to nose over to the right, and at a couple hundred feet, it was over pretty quick. It usually takes more than just a badly placed switch for an accident like this to happen. In fact, we saw a whole long line of mistakes and risk-taking that actually contributed to this accident. In aviation, we call this the accident chain here. And you can see that there were actually a lot of links in this accident chain, just running backwards from the end there where Denver lost control of the plane. He's messing with that fuel switch because he didn't put any gas in the plane. That actually wound up being the causal reason for this accident here. And he didn't put any gas in the plane because he wasn't using proper, he wasn't doing proper pre-flight planning or pre-flight checks. These are critical factors that would have prevented this accident. The operating handbook for the Long Easy has the pilot select the fullest tank, check the fuel sight gauges before flying. Denver is having trouble with checking the fuel sight gauges and selecting the fullest tank because he didn't get enough transition training. So not the cause of the accident, but this is risk-taking behavior that's accumulating here and adding up until we wind up having an accident. Denver's willing to get into a weird homemade airplane and fly it without training, I think because he had a long history of risk-taking behavior. He had been arrested for drunk driving a couple times. On that second arrest, he crashed his car. The same year, he wound up crashing an airplane that he was taxiing around on the ground. So drugs and alcohol wound up not being the cause in this accident, but those should have been wake-up calls to Denver saying, hey, I'm doing dangerous things out there. I'm making some pretty bad mistakes. I need to rethink about what I'm doing out there. So I'm not trying to shame or criticize John Denver for mistakes he might have made. I want to learn from those mistakes. We have people riding with us on our adventures, people that we love, people that are depending on us for their safety. So that's my motivation for why I talk about this a lot. Why am I talking so much about John Denver? What does this have to do with storm chasing? Last time I talked to you guys a couple of years ago, it was about these accidents in central Illinois. Chris Risky's car here, a grain bin came down on his car, and Tanner and crew over here, they had power lines come down on their car, and they were trapped in their vehicles and then impacted by an EF5 tornado. After that incident, a lot of attention was put on what was bringing down those power lines. And this debate is still going. Was it RFD? Was it an inflow surge? I think it was a giant outer circulation of the tornado itself. But when I looked at these accidents in more detail, I saw a very similar pattern to the John Denver crash. In fact, the John Denver accident became the template for my own event analysis on that April 4 case study. So I thought
But that being said, my situational awareness for this day started way before. Preparation started days before. I was already in Illinois from the event on March 31st. I ended up hanging out, ironically, in Springfield, Skipstown, for a couple of days because I just figured rather than go home, we'll just wait there a couple days. Drove from Springfield to Geneseo, Illinois. I have a couple of friends up there, stay at their house. And on April 3rd, I was woken up by tornado sirens because there was a morning system of storms that came through at 7 a.m. That passes. I get an hour of sleep after that. Make sure I'm rested, right? Goes back to I'm safe. And then it's coffee and forecast time. Always need your coffee. Make sure you're ready to go for the day. This was a tough setup. There was Iowa and Illinois. As anyone who remembers, it was better to be in Iowa, and I was not. So, see, I make stupid forecast decisions too. We all do. But I decided I still wasn't sure. You know, time here is 5 p.m. I'm still sitting on the border here in Davenport, Iowa. There's storms way west of Grinnell here, and then you have these ones. But they're moving really fast. I actually annotated this in live time. I saw how fast these storms were moving. I saw where I was moving, and I calculated, okay, where do I need to be to kind of get ahead of this? I know if I'm behind it, these storms are moving too fast. My day's over. So I need to stay ahead of this. That was my decision point. I need to go. So I had to come up with a plan and be ready. 5 Ps. Fast-moving storms, and then, yeah, plan out the next hour or so. So always be planning out the next hour or so. Think about the roads. Think about river crossings, because the river crossings is why this whole situation unfolded with Tanner Charles and company. So here's me just south of Cuba. There's Lewistown. Future storm track roughly this way. Illinois River runs right through this area. There's only 2 crossings. One is in Havana. I don't understand these Midwestern town names being after places in Cuba and San Jose. What are we doing, Illinois? But next crossing's an hour up in Pekin. That's way up there. And as you can see, Kingston Mines, that's right across the river from Pekin. You would have been in the hail core if you're up there, right? And I didn't want to deal with potentially getting trapped in. It's getting close to dark. I don't know what's going to happen. I end up going south. Probably could have stayed a little bit closer and let it pass me, but I was still trying to stay ahead of it. So I end up going to the South River crossing once I got ahead of the storm. That's about the time when, you know, the chaser incidents happened. Meanwhile, I'm seeing the tornado. I mean, you can barely even see it. It's kind of this area right here. There's like a darker area. That's actually the tornado. I saw it from really far away, but, you know, I knew I was limited in my decisions and what I could actually do to maintain safety. So sometimes you just have to take the L. And you know what? Hey, I still saw a tornado, so it's not that big of an L. So yeah, steps that you can take, kind of similar to what Skip said. Apply your checklist, such as the I'm Safe checklist and the 5 Ps into your chase routine. Or if you want to come up with your own checklist, right? I mean, every pilot, storm chaser does things their own way. Come up with something that works for you. Do you have a routine? If not, get one, right? Do you get up a certain time, eat, you know, make sure you're, you know, stop and use the bathroom in time, right? Doing all those things you need to do. Be rested, well fed, all those like human body needs, make sure you're taking care of them. Know when to fold them, know when to walk away, know when to run, right? As Kenny Rogers said, you know, sometimes you just have to bail, and that's how it goes. Constantly review and reflect upon your chasing strategies and protocols. This is a never-ending thing. I will never stop becoming a better chaser than I am now. I will never stop becoming a better pilot. It's a lifelong, continuous thing that always happens. I mean, even if you're Reed Timmer and you've seen 8 million tornadoes, he's going to be better in 5 years than he is now, right? He's going to be more experienced. We're all going to be more experienced in a couple of years than we are now. So, all right, guys, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, everybody.
Testing. Woo! It's working! Yay! How's everyone doing? Woo! Wasn't that amazing? I was totally enthralled by their talk. It was absolutely incredible. And I actually don't have a set checklist. I know that maybe sounds silly, but I need to. Like, I have it in my head, but I need to make sure I do that every single chase. Now, our next presenter, you probably haven't really seen him anywhere. I mean, he wears like dark clothes and he stays to himself. I mean, he doesn't like being on camera. You know, so it's going to be a surprise. But I do want to talk a little bit about him because I know him pretty well. We've gotten close over the past couple of months. And actually, I've known him for a couple of years. We had him on the Stormfront Freaks podcast. And he is just an incredible human being. He started out in the music industry and then moved to Oklahoma in 2012. And he was a social worker. And he has this deep commitment to wanting to help people through some of the toughest times in their life. And you can tell that when you talk to him, when you see him on video. He is just a genuine person that cares. And he is so happy. He's so positive. He's actually really bright and just an amazing human being. And he has a really important talk, which I'm really looking forward to. And he's going to share some stories that I think we can all learn from. So without further ado, Edgar, come to the stage.
All right. Wow. Skip is so cool. I want to be like him when I grow up. Andrew is awesome as well. Man, what a great event this has been so far. I mean, it's just now started. If any of you guys have been here for, since the first, well, maybe back to ChaserCon, but even just the first summit, like every single year, it just keeps getting better. And I was talking to Eric a little bit about what I wanted to talk about this year. And I was like, man, I would really like to talk about mental health. It's a hard thing to talk about, right? It's deep. We come here, we want to have fun. I'm like, kind of known as like the fun guy, but I really do have a deep passion about mental health, and I wanted to talk about, social media and substance abuse. So that's what we're going to talk about tonight. And I did want to frame it a little bit for all of you. Like, we're going to talk about some deep subjects. We're going to talk about things. None of this is like, a call out to anyone, anything like that. It just basically means that I want to find a way for us to be supportive. This isn't judgmental. Everything I'm going to talk about tonight, I've struggled with, I went through. So please just keep that in mind as we talk about it. There we go. I'm not going to be diagnosing anyone. First of all, a lot of people think that, when I come to these, we all self-diagnose, right? Anyone else just think they have, I'm a little on the spectrum, or, I have ADHD. I'm not going to diagnose you guys, so please don't take it like that. I am not like a licensed social worker or anything like that anymore. I did do social work in my past. It's been from a few years away, but I just wanted to make sure that you guys know this. I also want to preface this with, I am not anti-drug. I am not anti-alcohol, but we are going to talk about those things, and we are going to talk about what happens when it becomes the only way that you can live, and the only way you can sleep, and the only way that you can chase. And I'm going to cover that a little bit because I think it's really important, not only for the younger people in the audience. First of all the young people at the summit this year, how awesome is that? The future is so bright in storm chasing. If you guys were at the outbreak thing earlier, man, these young kids were schooling the adults, and they were making all the right decisions. But then also this is for the older people as well. I consider myself old these days, and I think it's really important, even as us older people, we may be mature, but we want to make sure that we're being reflective about ourselves and making sure the things that we're doing is the best for ourselves and for our community. Yeah. So this is just about function. It's not about morality. I'm not going to try to hold moral high ground on anyone. I don't think anyone should be doing that. I just wanted to make sure to get that out before I start. All right. So first of all, I want to let you know a little bit why I'm qualified, because you're probably thinking, why is a dude that dressed like an Easter egg and always talks about branding and that's doing TikTok dances and lip syncs, why is this guy talking to us about mental health? So, so I worked as a child welfare investigator for abuse and neglect. I handled all the near deaths and death cases in my county for children. That means interviewing the remaining siblings, the parents. I did that for quite a few years. And then after that, I went on a move to the University of Oklahoma, where I worked for the National Resource Center for Youth Services. There, I trained and I developed the curriculum to teach all the social workers in the state of Oklahoma how to work with teenagers that have experienced traumatic events. And then during that time is when I fell in love with storm chasing in 2013. The beginning of that year, me and my family had to run from the El Reno tornado. I had just moved from Florida. I didn't know anything about storm chasing. It was super scary. Like I was just like, the meteorologists were telling us like, if you don't have a basement, go south. And we went south and there was deadlocked traffic and it was just a real traumatic experience. But that led to my love for storm chasing. So I started that at the end of the 2013 year in the fall. That was when I first started chasing. And I've been chasing ever since. And 2020 is when I decided to go full time. I quit working in social work then and started chasing full time. And then also I still do a little work. I'm always like to have my hand like dipped in humanitarian work. I work for an organization, run an organization called Dirty Feet Missions, where we do stuff all across the world. We opened the first drug and alcohol rehabilitation center for indigenous women in Guatemala. We provide small business grants to indigenous people in Guatemala as well. And we do a bunch of work in Haiti. So that's kind of my backstory. That's why I'm talking about this. And this is kind of why I just wanted you guys to make sure you just weren't listening to somebody that had no idea what they were talking about. Like I said, I've seen trauma in families and I've seen how it destroys families. And I've also seen how trauma wears down those people that are working with those families. And I care so deeply about the chasing community. Like, I love you guys. It's been like one of the best additions I've ever had to my life since I came here, when I started chasing in 2013. And really over the last 6 years when I've really got to know a lot of you storm chasers, like, I just care so much about the community. It's an awesome community. There's been tons of guests here, and the thing I've heard from people that have never been here this year is like, oh my God, everyone here is so welcoming. Everyone is so nice. And that's the truth. Like, I think you guys can attest the vibes this year have been amazing, out of this world, so friendly, so awesome. And, that's one of the reasons why I love you guys. And, I just want to make sure that we're healthy and that we stay alive and that we can chase for a long time. So, all right, let's get in a little bit of what today's roadmap is. We're going to talk about mental health first. We're going to kind of tie that into social media because raise your hand if you're on social media in here. I feel like it's the majority of storm chasers. And a lot of us are doing that for our profession. So I want to make sure I talked about that. I wanted to talk about substance use. I'm not going to ask anyone to raise your hands if you have. I'm not that person, but I have dealt with that. So I wanted to make sure that I talked with everyone here about that as well. Yeah. All right. So the first thing we're going to talk about is secondary traumatic stress, let's talk about the hidden battle behind it first. Chasing shows beauty and devastation. Do you ever feel conflicted out chasing, right? You just see this amazing, beautiful tornado and you're cheering, you're excited, and then boom, reality hits. It hits a home, it hits a neighborhood, and your heart sinks, right? So, storm chasing has that, we're going back and forth. It's like, oh wow, this is amazing. I'm experiencing something very few people get to see. This is the wonder of Mother Nature, and then bam, you also see the destruction of it. What I want to, there's a lot of victims out there. We help the victims, right? If, I know all good storm chasers, if we're out there and we see something happen and there's a family in need, we help, right? And I love the positive attention. So many people, Freddie McKinney was on Dr. Phil, with that. And I love that that's spreading a great message about storm chasing and everything that we do. But just because they're the victims there, that doesn't mean that we can't also become victims from secondary traumatic stress. And this is a real thing. This isn't something made up there. I don't have studies listed up here, but I promise you, if you go into Google, ChatGPT, or whatever you want to do, and you want to look up information on that, it's going to blow your mind. There's so much information. So that indirect exposure can still really, really affect your nervous system. So our nervous system, sometimes we don't even realize it is being affected because people think when I'm experienced trauma, they think that you're going to instantly just feel some, you would, if it was your home that got hit by a tornado. It's not really the same. It doesn't work the same way, on how the initial effect takes home, but it's actually doing the same thing chemically in your body at times when you're around that, especially if you're around it constantly doing things like social work. I know we have a lot of first responders here. First responders deal with this a ton as well. Let's give a hand to all of our first responders. First of all, first responders are amazing out there. And also I love that what Skip and them were just talking about, but we talked about some masculinity and some different things like that, but I want to make sure that that strong people still can struggle. And I promise you, some of the biggest storm chasers you looked up to, some of the biggest role models you've ever had in your life, they also struggle with this. It is something that is across the board with almost every person I've ever met. So just remember, if you're feeling like this, and as we're talking about it, It doesn't mean that you're weak. And, actually, I truly believe that it means that you're stronger when you're really to kind of take on those things head on, recognize those traits in yourself, and, make sure that you work on it and to help other people. Secondary traumatic stress is stress from indirect exposure to trauma. It can look very similar to PTSD. A lot of people have PTSD, especially a lot of people that, have fought for our country, a lot of first responders. Those people have PTSD, and these symptoms can mimic that, and very, very, very similar. And I think some of the people I've talked to that I know have served overseas and have fought in wars, and that also are storm chasers, there are some comparisons there about what the type of emotions, the different types of things that it brings, into our brains, actually. And it's very common in helping professions, like I said, first responders, nurses, and chasers. We fit into all those categories, right? Sometimes I feel like as chasers, we're doing a lot of those things. Like we're not just doing one or the other. We're literally out there kind of being a first responder. We're also notifying the National Weather Service, be doing preventative care as well. So we fit into these categories. And I've noticed that a lot, especially through paying attention to social media and having a lot of friends in storm chasing. I really, really, really see this, kind of manifest itself. What can that kind of look like? I'm going to talk about a couple of things. We have intrusive memories, replaying scenes over in your head. I know that because as storm chasers, when we get together, what's our favorite thing to do, right? To sit around and talk about the tornadoes, the storms. I mean, it's the same thing when I did social work. That's kind of how we would cope as well. We talk about them. But sometimes we replay those scenes in our head and we can't get them out. I don't know if any of you have, but I've had a lot of dreams about some of the stuff that I've seen in the aftermath of tornadoes, and it's not really pleasant. And so if you have that happening, just know that is a part of this secondary traumatic stress, and it's normal. You're not the only one that's having that. I encourage you. We'll talk about how to share that and have people in your life. But one of the things we can do that will help that is honestly just talking about it with each other. And that can cause sleep problems, cause nightmares, irritability or a short fuse. Any of you guys ever have those two things? Especially on a chase. I mean, if you have a chase partner, I always say you're not a chase partner if you haven't yelled at each other once or twice, right? It's gonna happen. You guys are gonna butt heads. That's just part of how it happens, but it can definitely manifest as irritability. Emotional numbness is another way that can happen. And this was one that kind of hits me a lot, right? There was times where I just feel completely numb to emotions. And that's a major sign that you're experiencing some of that, secondary traumatic stress. And I think a lot of times when we see these types of cues, we don't really attest to or attach it to hey, this is because I did this, because it's not like when it happens all the time. The dreams make you feel a little bit maybe oh, I know where this came from. But sometimes we don't know why we're irritable. We don't know why we have that emotional numbness. And it's really important that we, take some self-reflection and look in and really try to figure out where that came from. And sometimes even certain footage or, certain places. I don't know if you've ever been, you drove through a town that you saw something traumatic happen in after a storm chase, 2 or 3 years later, you're driving through Rolling Fork after you've been there that night. I know a lot of us were there. A lot of traumatic things were happening that night, but it can bring up those emotions. And I've actually seen it happen with several storm chasers. It can change them, make them act really strange and have really weird behaviors. But just know there's kind of a reason behind that. We have some really unique stressors that kind of compound each other as storm chasers, right? Isolation. Those of us who do not chase with a chase partner, we're in a car for long hours. I always joke, all my friends and family, what you do is amazing. It's awesome. I'm you see 2 hours of 15 of it. And the rest of it is literally me, you're riding in a car by yourself. If you're like me, contemplating life in your head nonstop. But yeah, we also have poor sleep, right? Especially if we're out there doing it a lot, whether it be from excitement, we don't sleep the night before, or we're chasing back to back to back days. It's exhausting. You guys have known that. It is truly, 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 truly exhausting. And we see those graphic scenes as well. And we're starting to pile all these things. Sometimes all these things happen in the same day. And then skipping them, we're talking about that. One of the signs of secondary traumatic stress is high-risk decision-making. We're constantly making these decisions, right, in very high-risk situations. Sometimes we put ourselves unintentionally, but sometimes intentionally, right? We put ourselves in these very, very high decision-making moments, right? And that's going to stress your brain. That's going to stress your body. That's going to stress your emotions. It's going to have effect on you because, especially on those days where it's just crazy and you have to make decision after decision, and some of those are life or death. If you're chasing really close to a tornado, like we was talking about with Tanner and Chris and those guys, like that can add up on you. You're just trying to make these decisions one after another, like one wrong turn, one like I didn't leave 30 seconds ago, away from, injury or possible death. And then we also have a really fun protector. Anyone ever experienced being judged online in real time? I feel like if you've ever clicked on Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it, we've all been judged on there. But yeah, and that all those things will start leading a little bit to that those unique stressors. So let's talk about some protective factors that we can have when it comes to that secondary traumatic stress. Having a sense of purpose, I do notice this is something a lot of storm chasers are really good at, right? We do have a sense of purpose. I know sometimes people will call us and say we're adrenaline junkies, or we're chasing devastation, or we just like to see stuff get tore up. That's not the case. I think it's important for us to remember that we are providing a service. And keeping that in mind, that helps us really keep that sense of purpose. We get to have real connections with people as well. That's something a lot of people don't do. So, with each other, but then have any of you guys after, I've been hugging and crying with a man that I saw just lost his car or his home to a tornado, those are real human connections, man. Those can actually lead to protective factors, because that's like giving value to ourselves and the things that we're doing. It is also important to have like some recovery routines, and we'll talk a little bit what that means like. And there's like healthy recovery routines and non-healthy recovery routines. And then also having an identity outside of storm chasing. This is one of the things I always encourage people to do. It doesn't mean that you can't be a storm chaser. I know you're looking at me like, oh yeah, the guy with 45 tornado tattoos, like he has some sort of identity outside of storm chasing. But I do. There's a lot of other things that I like. And that helps you jump in and out of that space a little bit, where you're not constantly thinking about all those things that are involved in storm chasing that leads to that secondary traumatic stress. Let's talk about the adrenaline loop. Arousal becomes a warning, like your adrenaline, and then you have your brain seeks a surge. And what that means is you have these repeated adrenaline surges. Like, how many of you guys experience adrenaline when you're storm chasing? I feel like, and it doesn't mean to me, you don't even have to be close to to a tornado to experience adrenaline. You can experience adrenaline seeing the full, I've seen mammatus clouds that gave me adrenaline just because they were so awesome, right? Like we can get a lot of these adrenaline spikes. But our brain, when that happens, because it does feel good, there's a part of that adrenaline just feels really good. Our brain starts associating chasing with relief a little bit. Anyone ever said that? Like, I just got to go chase because I got to clear my mind. I know I do, all the time. I think I say that to my wife, all the time. It's like, please let March come around. I need this, And that's, some of that is our brain kind of being attached to we start thinking, hey, adrenaline, that's relief. And then sometimes we also have big highs followed by big crashes. Like I said, I was talking about earlier, you see an amazing tornado, you're hyped, you're high-fiving your friends, there's 44 tours around you, and they're all cheering, and then boom, like I said, it's now we got to go do search and rescue. So that can be a very high and then a crash. But yeah, basically what I want to say is your body just literally starts craving the next surge. And I'm not going to talk a ton about that, because there's also someone that's going to be speaking tomorrow about that, and it's going to be truly fascinating to talk about. So when adrenaline becomes coping, restless on your days off or chasing, restless on the off season, the calm starts to feel uncomfortable. These are all signs that you should be recognizing in yourself. You're like, man, when everything's calm, I feel super uncomfortable. You need a bigger risk to feel normal. Listen, I've been in that trap too, right? Sometimes we feel like we need, it's just not doing it for me anymore. I'm now I got to get 100 yards away from the tornado. I'm not saying that this is bad to do that. I think that, there's definitely, if you know how to do that and you can do it safely, do it. But just recognize these signs that sometimes if you're feeling like I constantly need to be more risk-taking behavior, realize that can actually come from the traumatic stress that you've had in the past. We usually don't associate it with that, and the public doesn't, because they just look at people that do that as oh, they're adrenaline junkies, or they're just in it for themselves. That's not always the case. It's usually a direct effect of some secondary traumatic stress that they've had in their life, and it really shows, because it almost feels like chasing becomes emotional regulation at that point. All right, so let's talk about sleep for a second. Who likes sleep? Who didn't get enough sleep last night? Exactly. Me, I definitely did not get enough sleep last night. But sleep is so important, not only to our physical body, but to our mental health. It is literally our body's time to reset. So it's really, 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 really important. It also can affect our mood and our judgment, our decision-making abilities. I know us prepping for the National Storm Chaser Summit, we were a couple nights before, we were all in a room trying to do stuff, and me, Holly, and Eric, and it was just like, our brain just stopped working, right? You ever been in that moment where it's no sleep, and all of a sudden your brain's just like, all right, I can't even think. I've typed the same line 3 times on this PowerPoint. I got to stop at that point. And it's hard to regulate those emotions without that proper rest. So like, even like I'm like on a few hours of sleep, my voice is going, but like, it can be hard. It's harder for me to regulate emotions. I'm sure most of you can relate to that. As you get tired, like you pop off a little bit easier. You might yell at your spouse or your significant other. It can become a real problem. And I did want to mention something around caffeine. I'll talk about it again in a little bit, but caffeine's not a bad thing, but caffeine timing matters when it comes to sleep. Even if you're someone who takes a lot of caffeine, just remember, caffeine, even if you can fall asleep, is disrupting your sleep later on in the evening. So be careful about that, for sure. Let's talk about social media now, everyone's favorite subject. And like I said, this was something that I really wanted to talk about, and I was really worried about talking about, but I feel like it's something that has to be talked about in our community, the way we conduct ourselves on social media, the way we let social media affect our lives. Social media can create amazing connections between each other, us. It can create connections between us and our audiences that are watching us. It can create isolation. Has anyone been looking at social media before? Just felt really, really isolated after looking at it? I know I have, like a lot. Social media is just a tool. And so I don't look at it, a lot of people, oh, social media is bad or the devil. I don't think social media is bad or good. Social media is a tool. The way that we decide to use it is what makes it bad or good. And we're all responsible for that. And that's what I want to talk about right now. Let's talk about some of the things that might affect us a little bit in a bad way. And that's social comparison. That means followers. Like, this person has more followers than me. How can they have more followers than me? I've got way more tornadoes than them. They got double the followers. Recognition. I've seen a lot. I mean, even the National Storm Chaser Summit, right? Like sometimes, like Storm Chaser of the Year, that's always like a controversial topic, right? But getting that recognition, like we're comparing ourselves to others when we do that. I'm not saying that this is bad. Like I said, I'm just saying these are things that you need to think about when you're thinking about why you're feeling the way you're feeling. Viral moments, of course, like, we're comparing ourselves to the viral moments of other people. Like, oh, this person has more sponsors than me. How can they I've been chasing for 30 years. Why is this guy that, been chasing for 2 years, he gets like this massive sponsorship? Those are the types of comparisons. And like I said, if you don't think I have those thoughts in my head, you're wrong. But we need to recognize when we're having those thought patterns and how that's kind of affecting what we're doing. Your comparisons, I promise you, can drain joy faster than anything. Have you ever been chasing and you saw an amazing structure of a storm, and then 15 minutes later you open X and there's 400 people that just posted the tornado of the year, and your heart's just just instantly are sad, right? That can drain your joy. But right before that, you were so happy because you just saw the most amazing sunset structure you've ever seen, but instantly your joy gets ripped out of your heart because the tornado of the year happened down the street. That's happened to me, I feel like, every year since I've been chasing. So it's just part of it. All right. So other thing, when we're comparing, we see people's especially when you talk about chasers that are doing it full time. So we're seeing them post videos and we're like, oh my God, I'm not as good as them. One thing you got to remember is they're posting their highlights, and you're comparing the highlights of their life to every part of your life. You don't see all the down. You don't see all the bust. People don't post about their bust usually, and so you're trying to compare yourself to those things, man. That's those people's highlight reel. And you're getting down on yourself because you feel like you're not meeting that level. And that's mainly because you're just seeing the best of them. And that's not just about storm chasing. That's just social media in general. People post about all the happy moments, and from social media side, you're like, oh my God, that person looks so happy. They have the best house. They have the best spouse. And that's just because they're only telling you the stuff they want you to hear. It's always really important to remember that my timeline in storm chasing is different than your timeline. We all have different timelines. Some people just jump into it really fast, and that's okay. They just go from never chasing to chasing 100 days a year. And then some people are like, you know what? I'm just okay with chasing, taking my vacation for 5 to 10 days, and that's all I want to chase. That doesn't make you any less, or doesn't make you any better of a storm chaser. Sometimes I feel like that pressure it puts pressure on people to feel like they have to do more, they have to do less. Just remember, everyone has their own timeline, and that's 100% okay. Different paths look really differently. I mean, you can even look at that from like, I mean, I even think of like, let's talk about like really popular chasers and like Reed Timmer and Pecos Hank, right? Both amazing storm chasers, do amazing things, but they don't have the same path, right? Like if you compare their content, it's not really the same. But they're just two different people. They're both amazing storm chasers. They're both awesome. They're just two different paths, and that goes the same with each and every one of us. We all have our own timeline. Don't be trying to jump on someone else's timeline. Don't be comparing yourself to someone being like, oh, I got to do it like they did it. No, do it your own way. I mean, I talked about that a little bit last year in branding. Like one of my mottos is find out what everybody else is doing and then do the exact opposite. That's just kind of like, but that's my timeline, right? And then you guys may have your own, and ladies may have your own timeline as well. Everyone's path looks different. It's okay to have a different timeline and a different path. So I'm going to talk about this for a minute, and this isn't going to be fun, but this is something that's happened so much in the storm chasing community, and I feel like it has to be addressed, and I'm not going to say I have all the answers, but if we don't start talking about it, it's going to be issues. Like, how many of you guys have said this statement out of your mouth, oh my God, like this storm chasing community is toxic? If you haven't said it out loud, I bet you've said it to yourself. I mean, you can see people post about it. And I want to talk a little bit about things like public pylons, and talk about what that means. A public pylon is where someone does something bad, and it doesn't even have to be about storm chasing. Honestly, this could apply to politics or whatever you want it to apply to. So you see and then all of a sudden, like someone starts calling them out, or I feel like the way it's usually phrased is like we're holding people accountable. And we really need to think about what holding people accountable means, and is that what we're actually doing? Because sometimes I think we might have the best intentions initially, but if it's not changing behavior, then I wouldn't say you're holding anyone accountable. You're just, like I said, sometimes you're just piling on. Someone does something and everyone's just starts hammering that person. Oh my God, like I seen on your stream you were going 110 miles an hour down, a country road. And then it quickly turns into like everyone in the community making posts about it. You don't even know this person, or maybe even you do know them, and you're just making posts about them like over and over again. Like, man, we really have to work on that. I mean, I understand that we do have to hold people accountable in our own community. That's super, super important. But let's talk about why and how that we do that. A lot of the times we're shaming people instead of correcting them. And those two things are very different. If you've ever been a parent, if you've ever had children, you can recognize if you're shaming your children, you can see a very different behavior instead of correcting them. Correction and shaming aren't the same thing. And a lot of the times we lump those two things in a category and we call that accountability. And it's not the same. It's 100% not the same. One of the things that I really noticed is there's a time where it kind of flips over and it almost comes more entertainment disguised as accountability. Or it's more clicks disguised as accountability. Like, oh, I know this is a hot button topic and, I bet I can get 400 reposts on X right now if I jump on this bandwagon and attack this person. Like, you really need to think about yourself in that moment. Are you really doing that for accountability? Because, I'll be honest with you, I don't think you do. And, I see a ton of people talk about mental health in our community, right? And my thought of it is if I'm on there piling and adding to it, I don't have any right to go on social media and talk about mental health when I was someone that was being a direct cause of it, maybe in a different person. No one ever thinks that they're actually causing harm to someone, right? Like no one ever thinks that they're making someone crash out. But that's how it happens. Like you don't feel guilty in the moment because you just feel like you're helping or you're doing something like that. But that's how that kind of stuff happens. So the next time someone in the community does, commit suicide or has like a drug overdose or something like that, like I personally don't want to see the people that were on there piling and like talking trash about people talking about mental health at that point, because that's just a word. That's just what you're saying. That's not what you're actually doing. And like I said, I don't think it's always intentional, but I think it's really important that we have that self-reflection and make sure the reason why we're doing it. And I really do think that we can do better as a community. Like I said at the beginning, I love the storm chasing community. It has changed my life. And like almost every person I've met, even the ones that like online, you might be like, oh, they're a little of a jackass. You meet them in person, you're like, oh, they're a great person. Like they're awesome people. One of the reasons I love this event, it's the only event where someone 3 weeks ago could have been talking trash about you and then will ask for a photo with you the next day. That's literally kind of what it's like there. But our community is so good, and I just know that we can do better. And like I'm speaking to myself in this. This is something that I want to get better at. This is something that I've struggled with in the past, and I'm really trying to work on and make sure that when I'm doing this for the right reasons. We always hear chasing for the right reasons, right? We should also think about posting for the right reasons. I think that's a really important, a very, very important thing that we should all talk about. Thank you. So let's talk about community norms for a minute. These are the things that we can do. This is my motto: praise publicly, correct privately. I'm not saying that you can't, there isn't time for correction publicly, but man, if you know that person, why you got to post it out to the world? First of all, let me ask you, what happens when you feel like a bunch of people are attacking you? Because if you're like me, I just dig in, right? Like, that's your natural response when anyone's coming at you. When you have people coming at you from all angles, that's what happens. But I will say in almost every instance that I've decided to publicly or privately reach out to someone with an issue I had, you gain more information about each other. I might learn something about them that I didn't know, because we don't always know all the circumstances. And then they're more likely to change their behavior that way than if I'm just going to call them out publicly. A lot of the times we're so interested in being right that we don't have any interest in actual change. And I'll say that again, literally we want to be right so bad. We just rather be right online than actually changing the behavior that we're criticizing. So if you truly think about it in the way that you really want to change someone's behavior, reach out to them privately, have a conversation with them, because I promise you they'll probably be willing to talk to you, and it won't feel like they're more likely to not dig in and just punch back. Because that's what I do. I don't know about most of us, I won't say that. But me, if a bunch of people coming at me, I'm about to dig in and go after them. But if someone reaches out to me privately, I'm like, yeah, you know what, man, I did mess up. That was messed up. I need to do something better. And then I usually end up making a friend out of someone that I maybe wasn't even a really close friend, because you kind of share those moments with each other. You're like, all right, yeah, you did kind of help me be held accountable. Now let's talk about substances. This also is not always the most popular thing, right? We're at the Storm Summit. We're in Colorado. Lots of substances out there. A lot of gummies. The whole lobby smelled like gummies last night. Lots of alcohol. And I did want to preface again, guys, I'm not anti any of that. I think everything in moderation, and everything in moderation is different for each individual. I just wanted to say that again before we start talking about it, so you don't feel like I'm calling you out. I'm not. You're like, oh, Edgar saw me drink 6 shots last night. Now he's saying this. It's not about that. I promise. And I'll say this, most people that are doing substances, right? The most part isn't they're trying to get belligerent or high, right? Most of the time, even for me, especially I can speak for myself, I was usually trying to calm anxiety or maybe have fun. It wasn't I was we're not intentionally trying to get plastered most of the time, even though it sometimes happens. But usually trying to calm ourselves or trying to sleep. This was a big one for me. I got my medical marijuana card right when it came out in Oklahoma, because I had been a lifelong smoker. And, from my whole life, I told myself I couldn't sleep without it, right? Trying to stay awake. We are going to talk about caffeine too. Like I said, caffeine's not bad. It's actually can be a very useful tool. It's amazing for workouts. It's amazing for getting your brain, going. But let's talk about when it does become a problem. You're trying to escape thoughts and memories. A lot of people use that. I know when I did child welfare, I got really heavy into drinking, because at night I would see messed up stuff. You have to look at child autopsies, stuff like that. That messes with your brain, I promise. So at night, one of the fastest things I could do, I was like, yep, if I, drink a half a bottle of vodka, I don't think about that anymore. So I'm trying to escape thoughts. It wasn't I was trying to do so damage myself or damage other people, even though it led to that. I wasn't thinking that way at the time. And usually most substances start as solutions. And I'm not saying that they still can't be solutions, but they usually do. When we're using some of these substances, it's starting out as an actual solution, and then it turns into something else. Like I said, no shaming again. And they're solutions until they become problems. And if anyone has ever dealt with addiction or they've had any issues with that, it's a solution until it's a problem. And sometimes it's a problem we don't even realize it. And this is more about how we function. Like I said, not anti-drug, not anti-alcohol. It's more about how we're functioning on those things. And I would like to frame it as more of this conversation of curiosity over condemnation. So we're just trying to be curious about ourselves and each other. Be curious about why you're using substance, and be curious why your friends are using substances, instead of just being and condemning them or condemning yourself. Super, super important. So let's talk about when use becomes abuse. All right, so there's a couple things that can kind of give you some red flags in yourself or when you see with others. You start using despite any negative consequences they may be causing, like you're going to keep doing it. Like, you know that when you use, there's negative consequences. Like, you're like, I drunk text everybody every single night and get myself in trouble, like, but you keep doing it. Like, that's kind of the situations I'm talking about, right? Or, you just like, every time I drink alcohol, I get in a fight. That's what I'm talking about here when I'm saying using despite the negative consequences. Same thing with, with marijuana, like, or caffeine. Those can apply to all of that. Another sign is that you can't, reliably stop. Like, how many people that have ever dealt with that, I can speak to myself, is like, man, I can stop anytime I want. That's like the number one thing that you hear people say when it comes to this. But can you really? Like, is that something sometimes we just tell ourselves? Because I feel like if you're starting to have to tell yourself that should be a red flag and a cue for maybe you might have a problem with whatever you're doing. Because that means I feel like inside you're already thinking about that. When your life starts revolving around it, this was big with me whenever I used marijuana. My life would literally be wrapped around it. Like, I can't go around people unless I smoke weed. I can't go to sleep without it. And to the point where if I didn't have it, I would start having an anxiety attack, be like, oh my God, I'm going to be around people and I don't have this. And it just doubled the anxiety. Those were some of the red flags that I should have recognized back then. They're like, hey, wow, I should not be, this is a little bit more of a problem than I thought it was. And I've noticed that, and you see this with a lot of other drugs. I'm not going to talk about a lot of the harder stuff. I'm not saying that that's not an issue. We have a fentanyl crisis in America. Opioids are doing a lot of terrible things as well. And you normally think about those things when you're organizing your life around that, because you hear that about people that are using, oh my God, they can't go, 8 hours without, taking, a pill or doing some fentanyl. But that also can happen on a smaller scale, even with alcohol, marijuana, caffeine, nicotine as well. Here's the only way test. This is a test that I think all of us should adopt. I love how Skip always has all his tests and models. And so this was kind of something that I thought about when it comes to substance abuse that we could all ask. The only way test, if you can fill any of these things, the only way I can sleep is, and if that accuses a substance, we might have an issue that we need to deal with. I can only chase if, might be a problem. I can only feel okay if I do X. Those are big warning signs, y'all. Those are big warning signs. If you find yourself starting to say those things, like I said, this is not me putting you down. I literally have said all three of those things about multiple substances in my life. But if you're starting to say those, just have an honest conversation with yourself and be like, wow, let me take a look. Some of those things, like I said, in moderation, marijuana has been very effective at sleep for some people. But I really, truly believe if you're doing that, you need to be doing that under the advice of a doctor and all those types of things, because it has a lot of other negative effects, just like any other drug that we take. If you get a prescription, they all have negative effects, right? If you have pain pills, you get itchy, after you, if you have a dental work or something, it's really important to have some guidance there, because it can really slip into that. I can only do this if. So if that's ever the case, think about that. Let's talk about alcohol for a minute. I know a lot of you are this probably feels like anyone's older than me, they remember DARE. Remember DARE? You came to your school. I was like, I don't want this to sound like DARE, because it's not the same thing. They were like, if you drink one sip of alcohol, you will die. And that's not what this is about. But we can be realistic about what alcohol is. It's a depressant. And I think the biggest reason alcohol can be an issue is because it's legal and socially normalized, right? No one thinks twice about seeing one drink a beer or take a shot. So that can make it a little dangerous, right? Because we put our guard down more towards it. But it is a depressant. It 100% does disrupt sleep. Even when I was talking about when I was in child welfare and I had to drink to go to sleep at night, I promise you that sleep wasn't good. And you guys have I got an Oura ring, or if you have a watch, smartwatch or anything like that, it's really cool to give you your sleep score. And I would sleep for 9 hours, but my sleep score would be a 50 out of 100. So sometimes we think that those help, but it does disrupt your sleep. Alcohol can definitely worsen anxiety and depression, not for everyone, but if you start recognizing that it does it for you, keep that in mind. And like I said, think about yourself, do some self-reflection. And it can feel like it helps short term. I truly felt like whenever I would drink alcohol often, that it helped. When I say often, every day, every single day after work, it felt like it was helping for the most part. Same thing with marijuana, with you, honestly, and it really does help some people. But for years, like 20 plus years, I had convinced myself that it was helping me. But then, once I stopped, I was like, holy crap. I was just using that as an excuse. Leading right into cannabis, it helps some people sleep. It really does. It also hurts some others. Just remember, if it can help someone else, all of our body chemistry is different. The way drugs affect people is different. So like it can help some people sleep. It can definitely worsen sleep for other. One of the big things I always taught myself, like I said, I couldn't go in public. Like I thought my anxiety was attached to I had to have marijuana to not have anxiety, and I didn't realize how much it was adding to it. Like this is the first Storm Chaser Summit that I literally was like not completely stoned out of my mind. And this is the first summit I haven't had zero anxiety. Like, I mean, literally, like it's like, that's something that, I mean, it's just really true. Like, but if you would have asked me before then, I would have told you 100 times. I would have told you that, oh, I could not be there unless I did this. And then this year I'm like, oh, wow, like I was so wrong back then. It feels like, it feels amazing to not have to be reliant upon that. Your dose and frequency matters. Holy crap, if anybody's older as me, weed from 35 years ago, I promise you is not the same as weed now that you can go buy at a dispensary here. Like, it's literally like, I remember when I first started like smoking recreational marijuana compared to like, the weed that you had to buy like in my early 20s and late teens and stuff. When I say like one joint is like smoking like 100 joints of what is happening right now, or taking like, I remember like taking like a 5 milligram edible, when I first started, and I thought that was like crazy. And now you can buy them like in the 500 or 1,000 milligram capacity, right? So it's not the same for us. And I say just know your personal pattern. I'm definitely not knocking anyone that smokes marijuana. Almost everyone I know, I think, does. And I don't think less of them. I think a lot of them really, truly use it in healthy ways. I was just someone that wasn't using it in a healthy way. So it's just really important to understand your personal pattern, why you're doing things. I think that's like the most important. Like look at yourself. So let's talk about caffeine for a second. Caffeine is also one that seems super, super harmless. It's a super useful tool though. I had to stop doing caffeine like after I got COVID for some reason because I got tachycardia. I don't know if you know what that means. It's like just a constant high heart rate. And so I had to quit caffeine. And actually, the last sip of caffeine I had was at the 2022 Storm Chaser conference because I realized like every time I'd even drink like unsweet tea that had a tiny bit of caffeine in it, like my heart would race. I could get up to like 120 and 130 beats per second, or beats per minute. Beats per second, I'd be dead. Like even just sitting down. But so it can definitely wreck your sleep. I think all of you know that, right? You ever taken drank like coffee late at night and they're like, why did I do that? Like 3 o'clock in the morning, you're still on your phone. The other day I had a really funny instance. I posted about it on social media. It was kind of the opposite. I like take all these vitamin gummies and stuff, and I accidentally had them next to my melatonin gummies and I wasn't paying attention. So like 8 a.m. I took 10 milligrams of melatonin gummies. That was the worst day I think I've had in a really, really long time. But the caffeine can definitely wreck your sleep. And it's really easy to underestimate the impact because like it can still be affecting you 3 to 4 hours after you've had it. So it's just something to like consider if you're having sleeping problems. Like I know like if you go to any doctor about sleep problems, that's probably the first question they're going to ask you. Like, when do you stop drinking caffeine every day? And man, caffeine also, I talked about weed getting crazy. Caffeine's crazy, like Celsius and all those other ones. I mean, those things will get you going. Like I said, probably better to use those in the morning. And then let's talk about stacking. So a lot of the times, like you have all these individual things, but if you're like me, like at times I would stack all these, right? So I would like use caffeine to chase in the morning, right? We get up, got to have our cup of coffee, got to drink our energy drink. That gets our nervous system going. We chase all day. Our adrenaline's going. We're pumped. We get back to the hotel. We can't sleep. What's the next thing we do? Let's go to the bar. Let's go smoke a joint. Let's eat a gummy. And then we're like, man, why do I sleep like crap? Sorry. Like, why did I sleep so terrible? My biggest fear is that I'm going to cuss way too much in this. And I've done so good, I haven't even said that was almost the first time. And then, like, we do it and you got to repeat it the same day. You didn't sleep well. So then what happens? You wake up the next morning, more caffeine. And that spiral builds up, especially if you're like chasing, like you go take your 2-week chasecation or whatever. And that spiral over those 2 weeks, you're like doing that same over and over and over. Your sleep's continually to get, like go lower. Your sleep score is just dying, and you're just like tired. So that's when you start to get irritable. You're like, someone like stops like with 2 tires on the road still, and you're like, I'm going to get out of my car and kick their car right now. Like, I've seen the most passive aggressive things happening during storm chases, and those things are all that are super, super dangerous. And a lot of those can happen because we're stacking those substances. So one of the things that we can do, like, what do we do to like harm reduction? Because like I said, I'm not anti any of these things. I'm not telling any of you to stop. That was right for me. It's not right for everyone else. But set personal limits for yourself. We all know our limits. We all know which drink number makes us go overboard. When you're in Colorado, it's way, way lower, by the way. And then the high altitude really increases how any substance really affects your body. I would definitely say, please don't drive impaired. And that can be, you can drive on caffeine, of course, but you know what I mean? Like with alcohol and marijuana, please make sure you're not driving impaired. Make sure that you're eating and hydrating, especially if you're using like alcohol or marijuana or caffeine. Staying hydrated is like a key. Like, man, having like a lot of water in your system. Dehydration causes a lot of really harmful things about our physical body and in our mental health. I think it's really important to build non-chemical wind down routines every night, and that's kind of what I've done. Because I'll be honest with you, when I first quit smoking marijuana, I couldn't sleep like for a really long time. Now my sleep's better than it's ever been, but I had to start building a routine, and that really, really helped it for me. It was like, I would watch like a certain show or a series that I knew would like turn my mind off, and I would turn my TV off at a certain time before I wanted to, to fall asleep. And like I would eat a melatonin at night at a certain time, and setting up those routines really, really helps. And you can reduce the risk without quitting. Like it's a spectrum, right? And so don't think about it as like, I have to, like if you don't have a problem, you don't have to quit, but think about that spectrum, reduce the risk as best as you can. So when to get help, if you're hiding it, it's always a sign, man. Like, and I was hiding it. Like I would tell some of my close friends, but I wasn't telling you're eating like 300 to 400 milligrams of edibles every day, along with killing like a vape pen every day, or, like you start hiding those things, that's an issue. If you're scared of your use, like you start scaring yourself a little bit. That usually happens once you start getting pretty heavy into it, and that's a really, really, really red flag that you probably need to slow down a little bit. People are close to your concern. What's crazy is I didn't realize how many people close to me were concerned because a lot of my friends didn't tell me. Maybe that was because I didn't give them the space to tell me. So I've really tried to work on that in the future. But like when I quit smoking marijuana, they're like, "Oh, Edgar, we were worried about you. Like we come over your house and you just be catatonic all the time." And I was like, man, yeah. And I didn't think about that. But if you're worried about people, if you notice friends, family are concerned about you, another red flag. And just remember, like, you deserve support. This isn't a shame. It isn't bad. Like, you literally deserve to have the support of your friends, your family, and everyone. So I know it's really hard to say that, when you're in the moment, but really, you really do deserve support. Like everyone does. Everyone deserves to be happy and healthy. And just remember that you deserve that support. The community care model that I kind of came up with was if when you're noticing changes in people, let's talk to them about it. Normalize talking about your struggles as much as you can. That's one thing that I'm trying to do. I'm trying to be very open about being here and telling everyone that I was a 25 plus a year, marijuana user, like I didn't skip a day in 25 years, like no joke. Like being able to say that is not easy at first, but I understand that there may be some people in here that are like, oh, like that's me. Like if Edgar was like that, like it's just better if we can talk about it. It makes it more comfortable, the more open conversations we can have. And the storm chasing community can be really rough around that. I always say nudge people towards support. Don't push them off a cliff, right? If you notice your friend or family's doing it, the best thing, you don't want to go up to them and just tell them, you're ruining your life. You got to stop. It's the same thing with the social media. They'll probably dig in and not support. But, you can start nudging your friends to support. And a lot of the ways you can do that is by being open about your struggles. Yeah. And we don't have to be therapists to care about our friends. Like, you're like, I can't talk to them about that. I'm not a licensed therapist. You don't have to be a therapist to talk about your friends. Talk about everything else. You can talk about that with them. The 3 best sentences that you can have to someone, and I'm almost done here, is, I'm glad you told me, you're not alone, or how can I support you? So if you have friends that come to you and tell you about an issue, these are 3 sentences I'd encourage you to take down. None of these 3 sentences are coming at anyone, and these 3 sentences can really, really help like how someone responds to you, because they're going to be way more likely to listen to you if you have these. And these are the things that I encourage, like my friends, like, hey, if you see me messing up again, like, here's some things. I'm not going to get mad if you ask me this way, because those simple words can save people's lives. We can support people online through this and storm chasing by lifting good behavior. Don't amplify pylons, like I said before. I will say we're really bad as a community, especially on X. We call people out online, but I don't see very many people talking about the good things somebody does when they do it, right? So as a community, we can do those things. It'll make it better for all of us. Like I said, another reminder, I always say DM before posting. Like send people DMs, like talk to them if you really want them to change, do that. And yeah, we can kind of shape our culture how we want. This is my post-chase decompression. Make sure you eat, hydrate, sleep. I go for a walk. Exercise is huge for me now. So those things can really, really, really help. And then last, a buddy system. I always encourage this. We all have chase partners, friends. Like ask one of your friends to help hold you accountable for certain things. That includes substance abuse. That includes, going at people online. Like have people put you in check. And I don't have to have one or two. I'll encourage all of you to do that to me. If you see me doing something that I'm like, oh, Edgar, that seems harmful, like to yourself or like harmful to other people, like tell me. Like I will say just like everyone else, and right in the moment, it might take me a little while to come around to it. But if that's like when that's called out, I ask you guys to do that, and I encourage you to find someone that'll do that. Agree on signals, like say, hey, if you see me doing this, make sure that you like correct me. And I'd rather have people do that. And I have friends in my life that I have to do that as well. And give each other permission to speak up. Give your friends and that buddy system, be like, listen, I'm going to try my best. I can't say no. I'm going to try my best not to be mad at you if you bring this up to me. All right, here are a couple resources that you guys can have. You can write them down. That helpline, that's 1-800-662-HELP. I feel like I was going to like put a bunch of stuff on there, but we all have smartphones that can give us information. Yeah, there's plenty of information out there. Findtreatment.gov is great, and everyone has local mental health protectors. I want to say this before I leave. I am very, very, very pro-therapist. I talk to a therapist. It's not weak. It doesn't make you less of a person. It actually makes you such a stronger individual if you have a therapist that you talk to. And yeah, final thought. Chase hard, care harder, and we can get better together. All right. Voice is almost gone, but I want to remind everyone, Max Velocity meet and greet is going to be happening right after this during lunch. So if you guys want to meet Max Velocity, he's awesome. He has a golden voice, doesn't he? Like I like hearing him talk. But yeah, I think you do that. And then we don't want to forget about this. This is our 50-50 raffle. Everyone knows every year we have these 50-50 raffles. The way we're going to do it is, you have it over there. You can scan these QR codes. It's $5 for a single ticket and $20 for 5 entries. So listen, you guys got to get on that raffle. We're going to have it going throughout the whole summit. So make sure that you scan those codes. And you guys have a really, really good lunch. Be safe out there, and we'll see you guys soon.
going on?
All right, everybody, enjoy your lunches. We'll be back here in an hour for more Summit.
Local tax experts are here. Now you can meet with a TurboTax expert in your community. They can do your taxes for you and get you every dollar you deserve. Local tax experts are here. Hand off your taxes with confidence.
Sprout Smith number 3. It's just another grocery store.
Perfect.
All right, I think we're ready.
I think we're ready. You're right.
Here we go.
All right, here we are. Well,
mouth,
Got the energy, or you're just kind of like, whoa, kind of slump?
Well, we can get the energy up, though. I feel like a little bit.
Yeah.
We have a couple more giveaways. We gave away the Thunderhead.
Yes, we did.
So this one, I'm just literally going to toss it. Just don't fight for it. Well, you can. I don't care. Literally, I'll just make it super fair.
Woo!
All right, also.
You want to give me?
Yeah, here, you want some? So these are all women's shirts from our Texas storm. Like if you didn't get one from the Texas Summit, if you went there.
You know what? I'm going to run around and give it to people.
Yeah, those two are smalls, and then we have a couple bigger ones. Here, I'll come around as well.
Yeah.
It'll be easy. It'll be fun.
Guys!
Just raise your hand if you want one.
Woo! I'm checking
They're for, yeah.
Oh my god, 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 oh my god.
Oh, she's like running all around everywhere.
We need a t-shirt gun.
Yeah, next year, do you guys think we should have like a t-shirt cannon? That would be way more fun.
Yes!
Let's put it on the list, Eric. T-shirt cannon. We need it for next year.
We need a t-shirt cannon. Oh my
Awesome. We have something really awesome coming up next, right?
Yes.
Like, super, super cool. We have a panel that's going to be coming up of some of your favorite storm chasers, meteorologists. This is going to be super cool.
Yes. We've got like a whole slew of them. So are you ready to hear all of them? All right. All right. First off, Matthew Capucci. Come on up here, Capucci. Get it, Capucci. Capucci.
I was distracted. Sorry.
It's okay. Welcome. All right.
Wherever you'd like, sir.
Who is our next person?
Roger Edwards.
Woo! I feel like they're winning something.
They should, maybe.
Kind of exciting.
Oh,
all
right. Well, we'll go to the next person.
Okay, we got Stormcat 5.
There he is.
Come on to the stage.
Brady Harris in the house. Those shades, you're just always looking so stylish, dude.
Yeah.
All the time.
I think it's Dave. Carissa. Is it Carissa? How do you pronounce your last name? Kloss. I love it. Carissa, come up here. Woo! And then, do we have Dave Holder? Woo!
Come on, Dave.
All right.
All right, Tony Labach.
Woo!
And his last name. And last but not least, or maybe, no, there's still more, but Reed Timmer will come up next.
Reed Timmer!
Hey!
Get it, Reed! Woo! I love you. Reed, you're awesome. You're so amazing. All right, I am on this panel, and we have one more. Who is it?
Max Velocity. Max Velocity!
Come on, Max!
Best.
All right. Fantastic.
And last but not least,
Oh,
Mike Nelson!
woo! Mike, I'm so glad you're here.
Last minute addition here.
Yes.
So where do you want me? Here?
You can sit. You can sit right here.
Okay.
I'm going to stand. All right. So how's everyone doing?
This is
Good?
great.
Yeah. Look at this amazing panel that we have up here. Yeah. Okay. So we want to take some questions from the audience, but we also have some questions too. So this is the next generation of meteorology and kind of how we can help. We have so many amazing young minds out here, so we want to make sure that you are set up for success. So, and I see the nodding here. Everyone is wonderful. So I'm going to kind of go down this line. We kind of have limited time and so many amazing people here. So really quickly, if there is one piece of advice that you could give the younger generation, what would you give them? Go for it.
I would say, if you want to be a meteorologist, make sure that you're taking as much of the math ahead of time before you get to college, because it can eat you up a little bit. But don't sweat it too much, because I don't think many of us are out there doing a high-level calculus while we're either on TV or chasing storms. And work on your communication skills as well. So if you're right now in middle school or high school, I found not only the physics and the chemistry and the math and all that stuff was great, but go out for the play. Learn to be in front of an audience, because it will give you confidence to talk, and you'll be able to better, when you are interviewed, say, during a storm situation, convey the information better.
I love it. Nice job. Max. Woo!
I can attest to the calculus stuff. I was in college not that long ago, and the math is very important. We do not use it, though, outside of college. But my advice to everybody out there that wants to either do weather or even anything else, be passionate in what you do. That's the most important thing. I would not try to force yourself to do things. You know, I grew my own brand by being passionate. I never intended to become somebody that was quote-unquote famous, as many of you might refer me to, but I think at the end of the day, you want to be passionate about what you're doing, because you'll enjoy it and you'll want to do it even more and do better. So that would be my piece of advice for all of you out there.
I love it. Woo! Reed.
Great points by the golden voice, Max Velocity. And he has a meteorology degree as well. And I do think it still is very important to get the meteorology degree, even though the math is difficult. The concepts are still relatively simple: rising and sinking motion, whether it's spinning or not, and precipitation and convection and parameters and the shape of the upper level troughs. But never stop chasing your passion is very important. Our motto is never stop chasing. That doesn't always mean storms. So if you're passionate about engineering or building sensors or writing code or the forecasting process or communication of forecasts, whatever your passion may be, as long as you love it, it's really easy to work hard and chase it relentlessly. And I think it's just awesome. All the next generation, all the kids that are here, the future of meteorology and storm chasing is bright. And I see you at all the events coming, bringing model dominators. You guys can code, you can 3D print. You have so many skills, and you already know how to forecast and do meteorology. So if you did study meteorology, I think it would be a breeze for all the kids out there as well. But I also think it's important to get out in the field, whether your parents can drive you safely. You could get your eyes on some storms, because the field meteorology portion of it all, which is storm chasing, is very important, because then you can see all the equations happening in real time. And I chase to try to see the tornado occlusion process from underneath, because you truly understand it when that mode of sinking air carves into the mesocyclone and you get a tornado that happens. So it's very important to get your eyes on some storms and also utilize the opportunities that are out out there. With the rise of social media, there's so much more opportunity. We can all have our own distribution platforms to get our forecasts out there, and but also focus on the forecast process as well. Whether it's accurate or not, as long as you have a process, then you can always tweak that forecast method and start dominating the storm out there. Great device not working. Never stop chasing.
Yeah. Nope. Yes, go. Yes, 20.
You're going to hear a lot of repeat things from everybody up here, and I think passion's one of the number one things. And I'm going to give a talk at 3:30 kind of talking about my career and hopefully a lot of these things. But I think the basics for me, it's so easy to get caught up in the social media, the being successful, the accurate forecast, seeing tornadoes. Allow yourself the opportunity to be in the moments with the people you're out there with, the experiences you're out there with. Because when you get to the point of the career I'm at, the point of the career a lot of us are at, it gets blurry. And there are people that are no longer there with you. There are a lot of memories that are hard to recollect. Take the pictures, not just of the storms, but what it was like for you to be out there and enjoying this. Because everybody on this stage started at different points of this career path, and things have changed very much over the last 10, 15, 20, 30 years. And it will never be like it was when you start today, next week, 2 years from now. And you're going to remember those times very, very fondly. So one thing I would say above all else is that you are out there having an experience with some of the most important people you're going to have in your life. So cherish that, capture that, be part of that, and don't let that take second place to everything else that you're doing out there.
Love it. Woo!
I just want to second that thought. I think reflecting on my chase days, one of the biggest things was the camaraderie that we shared with everybody, and that was really important. And it leads me to my other point. It's just follow your heart. I know there's a lot of talk about passion, but it's got to be a dedication, a love of something. And, you know, it's that feeling you get. You all know it, you know, when you're out there on the open road and you're looking at the clouds towering and you just feel it in your soul. And it's something that's just embedded in all of us, I think, everyone here. And so follow that. Follow that. I think it'll lead to great places.
I'm going to kind of build on what Mike Nelson said about communication and kind of pull in what these guys have been saying about passion. It's communicating that passion and being able to not only communicate it to your viewers on social media, but to also your brand. Think about all of your favorite chasers that you love to follow and you love to watch. They are communicating and getting you to have that feeling too. Professionalism is a lost art. You want to look people in the eye and shake their hand and do the same thing with your viewers, with the people that you are trying to connect with, because then they are bringing you into their home and into their lives day after day after day, and you're connecting with them on a deeper level. And then you take that passion that you've developed and you get to share it with others, you get to mentor others and be with other people and create this beautiful community that you have so graciously allowed us to be a part of today.
Woo!
Guys, first of all, can we just give it up for Eric and everyone here at the summit? How awesome has this been? Our co-hosts, everyone that is putting this on, it's been absolutely awesome. I think for me, the biggest thing with social media is you have one reputation, you have one brand, and every single thing you put out there on the internet, whether you have 1 million followers or whether you have 1 follower, people see it, people recognize it, and whether you know it or not, everything you post, people will see, and your opportunities in the future will be impacted from that. So the thing that I've learned the most is just treat people right? Treat people right on the internet and treat people right. And every single post that you make, think, is this furthering the science of meteorology? Is this communicating the risks in a responsible way? And is this treating people right in the community and outside of the community? Because people see it, and people in this room, we have reach well beyond this room to the millions and tens of millions of people, and everything that we put out there has a direct impact on the trust that not only everyone in this room has for each other, but also the trust of the public. And we always treat people right. That's the thing I've learned most.
Woo!
Well, somebody who's been putting things out on the internet since about 1994, I will second that. And don't be afraid to root out tendencies to do things that are unsafe or that are unwise in your chasing. Whether you're a meteorologist, whether you're an engineer, whatever you do, and you go out and chase, journalist, it doesn't matter, photographer, most important thing is live to chase another day. You know, don't sacrifice your life and the well-being of your family and your loved ones to get a little bit closer to the tornado and end up buried out in a field somewhere. It's not worth it. And one thing I'll also say is follow on a little bit with I'll adapt Reed's slogan a little bit and say never stop learning.
Woo.
Because let's say you go to school to be a meteorologist. Okay, you get your bachelor's degree, maybe your master's, maybe your PhD, and you're a meteorologist, great. Your education has only just begun. Every situation, every chase, if you forecast, every forecast you make, every outlook, I did thousands of outlooks, and every single one had something new to teach, a new situation to adapt to. The atmosphere doesn't know about the textbooks we write on it. It does what it does. And as anyone who's chased a lot has seen, the atmosphere will pull a fast one on us. John talked about it in his talk this morning. As good of a meteorologist and chaser as he is, he missed a few. We all do. Never stop learning. And then when it comes to social media, follow along with what those guys said. I'm gonna read a quote here that I just saw this morning in a post by Marshall Shepard at University of Georgia from his Forbes article, and he quoted Victor Gensini, who's a great scientist and a chaser in his own right. Weather is complex. Social media tends to reward confidence and drama, not nuance. That's Victor speaking. And then this is Marshall. Social media can be quite valuable for conveying weather information to the public, but there's also a lot of noise clouding the signal. Social media has incentivized clicks, views, and shares. So many people will share the most scary or provocative scenarios without context or explanation. So what does this mean? To me, it means use discernment, use wisdom. Use your best ability to filter the noise from the signal. How do you determine that? And this, I'm sure we'll all talk about it up here shortly, but one thing you can use to determine that is the filter of uncertainty. If that post is not expressing uncertainty, is not expressing a range of possibilities, then that post is not worth looking at. Scroll on, find an authentic source of your social media information.
Hi, everybody. I would say the biggest thing for me is to use your resources, and that means every single resource. There has never been a time where there is more opportunity to learn and to nurture one's curiosity. 30 years ago, if you had a question, you had to go to that big book called the encyclopedia, and that's all there was. And they used to have people go door to door and sell encyclopedias. There was no internet. Your teachers might be able to help a little bit in elementary, middle, high school, but they didn't necessarily know the answers. Nowadays, everything is instant gratification, and that includes answers. If you have a question about something, go on Twitter. If the answer's not there, go on Google Scholar. Go on the internet. Go on YouTube. Get lost in a deep dive. The number of times I've had a question, and the more I learn, the more I realize I don't know. The more you know you don't know. Every time I have a question, I get lost on the internet. I mean, yesterday, I was reading some fascinating paper about the Po Valley region of Italy and a hailstorm that happened there on July 24th, 2023. And since then, I've been reading a gajillion different papers on it. And it's so cool. And the number of obscure things you can learn that circle back later on and help you is incredible. The other thing, too, People are resources. Nowadays, if I have a question, I can go on one of y'all's Twitter and ask it or see if you've already answered it. That includes people in real life. I got to have lunch with Cameron Nixon today. I'm sitting next to Roger freaking Edwards. Like, the people that you have access to in this room have encyclopedic knowledges in and of themselves. So leverage that as much as you can. The people are incredibly gracious and give so much good information. I'm blessed to be able to learn from all y'all, and you've taught me so much. So keep doing that.
Yeah, so there was an empty chair, so I just took advantage of it. No, originally I was on the panel, and I kind of gave a spot up, but there's an empty chair, so I took it. So, but what I want to say, thank you, and what I want to say is the reason I wanted this panel is because of the young folks in this crowd. Where everybody on this stage is a mentor, and I want to preach patience to you young ones that are in here. If you're under the age of 18, it's going to come with hard work and sacrifice and doing everything up here that everybody talked about. It's not going to happen overnight. So everything that they talked about is a message into your heart, into your brain. And we're telling you because guess what? We've all been there. We learn from experience. So I want you guys to be that next generation to do it right as you can possibly do it, right? Nobody chases perfect. Nobody forecasts perfect all the time, unless you're Campucci. But like I said, be patient. I preach patience. Thank you for being here to listen to them, because this right here, I think there's a few up here, Lezak, maybe Tim Marshall, that are in this room that have probably lost more knowledge than all this room combined, to be honest with you. So please listen to them. And I'm going to kind of step away, but thank you for doing this. That's the reason I wanted this panel. So please continue to listen.
Awesome. All right. And to piggyback off of what everyone has been saying, something that, many people come up to me about is a lot of times when it comes to local TV, people are getting their information from social media, whether it's following someone on X or Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, whatever it is, YouTube. They are getting that severe weather information from you as a source. They're not actually turning on their TV. And so I would love for you, because I know there's several amazing young people here who are actually starting their own YouTube channels. They already have them already. Like thinking about you, Max, Reed, Brady, or Stormcat 5, I should say. What tips, I would love for you to share a little bit of your journey, because it didn't happen overnight, and the responsibility that you do have when it comes to being accurate about everything and just helping these amazing young minds kind of get things started in that region.
Yeah, so for me, it wasn't really my plan to make a weather network on YouTube or anything like that. I started a small page called North Texas Weather Center back in 2019, and it ended up blowing up on Facebook over the COVID time frame, so 2021, 2022. And then I pivoted to YouTube. I started to make videos for just Texas, but then it started to expand nationwide. And over the last couple of years, it's been very interesting. I mean, about a year and a half ago, even a year ago today, I had no employees at all. It was just me. And now we have a team of over 20 different people, employees and contractors, that work for us. Whether those are storm chasers, whether those are, people that are on our screen sometimes, like Riley, for example. He's somebody that's on stream a lot. He's basically like a news relayer in a way. And so we've kind of created a unique sort of, basically, I would call it like a unique sort of broadcast. It's very different from news. All the news stations, for the most part, do have ads even during coverage and stuff like that. We have ad-free coverage. We only go live when the weather's really significant. And I think people really value that because, again, we're not running ads all the time. So, and we're basically building out a huge storm chasing team too. So I think at the end of the day, I think it's going to be a competition on social media, not news networks. I think everything's going really towards social media when it comes to weather broadcasting. So if you're out there in the audience and you want to do something like I'm doing, again, I would just say, make some videos, put them out there, talk to your parents or even, friends and see what they think of your videos, and, ask them for advice too. I'm always here too. If you guys want to email me, if anybody out there in the audience is, making a channel or doing something like that, feel free to email me and send me your, your forecast, and I can always give you some critiques for sure.
I love it. Nice. Woo!
Thank you, Max. And it just seemed like a few years ago, Max was reaching out when he was working on his meteorology degree, and wanted to do kind of a moderation thing for our own YouTube. But he started his own and blew it up, put his forecast process on there. He has a golden voice, of course, as well, which helps. But he also has a meteorology degree, has a great forecast process, and Max has done it the right way, which is awesome. And for my relationship with social media is a little bit longer. I started it in 2006, and that was when social media first started. And that was at a time when storm chasers were a little bit afraid of social media and meteorologists. They wanted to keep their footage libraries a little bit exclusive because they thought they would have more value that way. But I just unloaded my whole entire footage library on social media as soon as it started on YouTube and Facebook. And it kind of became more of a journal of things, of storm chasing, kind of a chase logs page. And then I started posting warnings on there as well because people said that they would depend on social media for warnings. And I think I probably posted over 1,000 tornado warnings a year since about 2006. So I always try to do that as well, promote the Radar Scope app as well over the last 18 years or so. The founder, Mike, actually lived in the house next door to me in Norman, Oklahoma. So I saw Radar Scope when it first started off. But your relationship with social media is up to you. You could log into it and see all the crazy content on there and get upset and get anxiety, or you can use it as a way to get your information out to people and get your content and get your work. And I always wanted to do tornado science. I went to the University of Oklahoma for 17 straight continuous years, 98 till 2015. And I actually had to do seasonal climate work in grad school because I was storm chasing so much as an undergrad all the way through. But I used it and evolved that to do seasonal forecasts of tornadoes and warm season severe weather as well as agriculture. And then I realized I had to do my own tornado science and fund it myself through social media if I wanted to do that. So we've utilized social media as a way to crowdsource science, which I think is going to become an increasingly important funding source for science. You don't have to be affiliated with a university or in the academic fraternity to necessarily get those grants. But if you have a good idea and it's a good scientific idea, you can use your fans now in social media following to fund your science missions and make your dreams happen. So I think social media has created a lot of opportunities for the weather enterprise, and Max is an example of taking advantage of those opportunities and kind of leapfrogging the television transition from a regular TV to more of an internet streaming-based side of things. So Max has done some great work with his weather reports, and for storm chasing, live streaming to social media has become a great tool for warning people in the path of these storms as well. I just think it's really important to also have a science mission out there as well, collecting data outside of the tornado, which is obviously the most safe method, and definitely do not attempt to try to drive into the tornado unless you have a proven vehicle that can make it happen, and it's very difficult to simulate a tornado in the laboratory. So safety is most important. You always want to live to chase another storm, and that's why you also need to drink a lot of water, eat healthy food, try not to eat too many gas station burritos, unless they're bean burritos, of course, which are the perfect combination of fiber and protein out there. So I definitely recommend the bean burrito, and you can just keep them in your pocket. They don't go bad, so you can save them like 6 to 12 hours later and start chowing down on a healthy snack. So definitely it's a full court press out there because we spend a lot of time on the road. But thanks for having me here. The summit is awesome. Eric has done such an incredible job with it down there. Capucci is down there as well. And thanks everybody for having us, and never stop chasing those posts. But don't be so focused on the views and likes. It's not as much of a competition as you might think. It's kind of natural for humans to get competitive, I think. But if you just stay connected to the nature and enjoy the beauty of nature, which is really what it's all about, and doing science missions, and stay focused on your passions, then you can have a great relationship with social media.
I love it. Woo! So I love it. What I'm going to do really quick, we have about 20 minutes left. And so I want some more input, though, from Stormcat 5, Capucci. But for those young folks, we're going to have just a few minutes, maybe 10 minutes for you to come up and ask questions. If you have a question, line up right here. If anyone wants to ask this panel a question, this is a great opportunity. If there's something you've been thinking about, I see people already coming up. Come right over here. And Stormcat 5, I'm coming to you.
Yeah, so while people are lining up, I think we're in a fascinating time on YouTube, and our channel is Stormfront Freak Network. I'll start with podcast with Phil. Where are you, brother Phil? Shout out to brother Phil.
There he is.
So we all started, and our channel is relatively small, probably a lot smaller than a lot of you guys out there. But YouTube is fascinating right now because there's never been more opportunity for individuals like Max and Reed and everyone else who are, you guys are absolutely dominating out there right now. And we're seeing it was a network approach, and now it's, we're moving towards more of an individualistic approach, right? Where you can create your own destiny. You can create your own content out there. And I think we are just at the precipice here. Like, think about sports, right? You have the game, but then you have the talk shows before, you have the talk shows the after. Weather is becoming a much more mature industry in terms of entertainment. And so where we're trying to sit at the Stormfront Freak Network is that talk show. But the point is, if you want to start something on YouTube, right? Like everyone was saying, it is going to take a lot of work, and you are most likely, the first video you post, you'll probably get 1 view. The second video you post, you might get 5 views. The 10th video you post, you might get 15 views. Do not get caught up in that, right? The point is to take each video that you make, rewatch it, and say, what could I have done better? How could I make this video, and who is my audience? And I think that's really the key to YouTube, and to everyone that sees big channels or sees small channels and think, I can't do it. Like, there is so much more opportunity in the weather field. There is millions and millions. People watch the local news not for the crime statistics. They watch it for the weather, right? As an entertainment industry, there's so much more opportunity. So keep pushing, keep creating, and every single video you make, look how you can improve it. And in the future, and you use tools at your disposal. Use people like Capucci and Max and Reed and ask them, okay, how did you do this, right? How are you able to get so big? And take those strategies and then make them their own and own your content and build something unique. And ultimately, you guys will crush it.
Woo! Stormcat 5. All right, Capucci. Capucci, you have anything to add to that? Putting you on the spot.
Oh, let's see. I would say the biggest thing for me is to identify going into this what your biggest goal is. For me, I measure success not necessarily in the number of followers or monetization or goodness gracious, anything else. My biggest goal is just to get people as excited as I am. And so to me, I view each weather hit, weather report on TV or MyRadar video or whatever, even a tweet, as an opportunity to educate someone just a little bit. Long before I ever did weather, when I was in middle school, high school, I used to work as a tutor. And for me, there was nothing more rewarding than that light bulb moment where somebody who either didn't understand something or was curious about something or was doubting their own abilities suddenly had that light bulb moment where they got it, whether it be in English or math or Spanish or goodness knows whatever I was teaching back then. And I lived for those moments. It was just rewarding. And so for me, my whole career is structured around education. I want people to learn. I want to teach people. And so that's my goal in the content I produce. But everybody has a different goal. So as you go to create content or create whatever your destiny is, identify what that goal is, and that will help guide your progress.
Woo! Thank you, Capucci. And yes, Mike.
I realized I can't see half the people in the room behind that podium. To the young people here, don't be afraid to find a mentor. There's a whole row of people here, and there's many out in the audience. When I was a teenager, I worked at an ice cream store, and the local TV meteorologist liked ice cream, and he used to come into my shop. For me, this was like a football star walking in there. and I'd give him the biggest scoop of ice cream that, my boss was probably ticked off about it, but I'd ask him weather questions. And my father says, Mike, this guy comes in the shop all the time. Next time he comes in, ask him for a job. Empty his wastebasket, answer his phone. You don't have to get paid. And my initial reaction was, oh, Dad, that's a dumb idea. Like that would ever happen. But I worked up the courage and I said, sir, if you ever needed help at the TV station, I would do it for free. Well, that gentleman was Terry Kelly, the founder of Weather Central, basically the godfather of television weather graphics, and he became a lifelong friend and a mentor. So for all of you young people, if you're thinking, well, I can't go up to Reed Timmer and introduce myself, I'm just a kid, right? I can't talk to Capucci or something like that. No, you can, and go up and say, how can I learn how to do what you do? And don't be afraid about it. Don't be afraid to find a mentor. And for all of us, be a mentor, because it's changed our lives. And so that would be my little bit of advice.
I love that so much. Woo! And to add to that really quickly, when I was getting going in my career, I would email chief meteorologists and local TV meteorologists, and every email I sent, I got a response back like within a day. So reach out, because if you don't ask, then the answer will always be no. But people, like Capucci was saying, people love to teach, and they love to find, someone that they can teach their passion to and get them as passionate about what they love like they are. So definitely email, DM on social, do whatever you can to find a mentor and to learn. But with that said, we've got 13 minutes, so I'm going to bring you up on stage. Come up. Yes, you can. I'm going to bring you up on stage. Can I steal that microphone right there? Thank you. So no, it's not intimidating. This is fun. This is really fun.
One of us.
So come up here. So we're going to try. So we have an amazing, I don't know if you guys can see, but all the young people that have questions, we're going to try and keep answers short so we can get through them all. So go ahead and ask your question. Whoever wants to answer, just chime in.
Hi, I'm Weather Chicken. Also known as Maddie. As Max said he has a group of people working with him. How do you get that group of people? Obviously, I've my wonderful group of friends. Levi's sitting here messing with my camera. But how do you gain that group? Anyone can ask an answer.
Yeah, honestly, most of our employees that we have, and even, chasers and all that, most of them either came to me or we just randomly met. Like, I have not gone on LinkedIn and made any sort of job application. I do not go through job applications. I think that is really lame, to be honest. So instead, I basically just talk to people. I mean, I met Riley, over a year ago, and we ended up working together starting back in April. We have several new employees that we brought on recently, like designers, developers. I mean, again, all those people are literally people that I just find, like, randomly. So, I mean, if you're one of those people in the audience that has some sort of skill set that we don't have, feel free to reach out. That's the best way to do it.
I love it. Woo!
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you so much. All right. Hi.
Again, I added 10 minutes. Get on, kids.
Oh, yay. Awesome. Hi. Actually, say your name.
My name is Christopher. I study meteorology a lot. This is a question for Reed a little bit. What you meant by everybody getting scared of the internet, did you mean like people making like special videos on like videos.net or tornadoes.net, I meant?
You mean people being scared of tornadoes or during the intercept process?
No, it's talking about the internet thing.
Yeah, we started with the tornadovideos.net website, and I was selling DVDs when I was going at the University of Oklahoma. So I would, in between classes, just go to the post office and send out a lot of DVDs.
Yeah.
But we came up with the name because tornado videos was a leading search term for tornado videos. So
that's smart.
We just added the .net. The .com was taken.
I love it.
But I need to get that website back. I'm not sure who has it now.
Yeah. It's a little encouragement message to everybody who wants to be a meteorologist. Always encourage yourself to do your future job. Like, I study them so much on my free time and, like, watch videos, read books. I do that. And I made cars is it okay if I can get them?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And he's from all the way out in California.
I know. We need to tunnel.
Here it is.
Oh, look at the cars. Look at you. There you go. Yeah, get over here where we can see it. Yeah. Here you go.
These took 1 day to make.
Hold them up, hold them up, hold them up.
This is the first one I made, actually. It did work, definitely, on the leaf blower.
Here's the picture we need right here.
They're
Stand next to
wonderful.
him
Yeah,
with
stand
the-
next to them. There's Becca.
This is the second one I made.
It's so wonderful.
Got an Otis
Thank you.
sticker on it.
Yeah.
I have a ton of stickers on this one.
They're all
Also,
engineers.
I have a friend. He's in the crowd right now. Let me get him. I will allow him to come up.
Oh yeah, hold on. Okay. Hold on. Here, we're gonna. Okay. This is a new generation.
Yes,
Hey,
they're testing them.
bring their cars over here as well. Like yeah, I have like a scout car and.
Yeah.
Where do you go?
It's okay.
Oh, he has to UTAP. If you guys do not know what the interceptor is, just search it up.
Woo! Thank you guys so much. We're gonna try and answer a couple more questions, but you're so wonderful.
I think it's just great he's gotten over his shyness problem here.
Yes. You are phenomenal. Thank you.
That is definitely the next Reed Timmer right there. I'm just saying.
All right, what's your name?
My name is Samuel Peck.
Yeah. What's your question?
This is for Stormcat 5. What got you into storm chasing?
Wow, that's a good question. So interesting story. I've only seen half a tornado my entire life. But what got me into storm chasing is for years we were talking about a trip, and you know, I had known a lot of people that have storm chased. I've seen some epic photos, but I didn't really get it. I didn't really understand, you know, the gas stations, the burritos. You know, I love storms, but I was just like, you know, I'm in Ohio. What's the big deal? I get lightning, you know, every once in a while, maybe once a year. But I didn't really get it. I didn't really get the camaraderie. And I was also like, you know, I'm kind of a little bougie with the hotel, so I was like, I don't want to stay in a motel. I don't want to get bed bugs, right? Come on now. But when you know, I credit Phil a lot in the Stormfront Freaks group because they just kept bugging me to go. And you know, I met Jordan Hall as well, and he kept bugging me to go as well. And we went for it one time, and we didn't even see a tornado, right? And it was the greatest trip I've ever been on in my entire life.
Woo!
I'm in the middle of a field with lightning behind me, and it's going crazy, and I'm just losing it. And it was just, and then I kind of got it. And that's, you know, so if anyone, you know, if we got meteorologists out here that are like in a studio, right? Like there's some people here that do that. Go out in the field, man. Like go for it and just get out there, like Reed and all these other guys, because the stuff you see is something you may never see again in your entire life, even if you don't see a tornado. And just the camaraderie too. That's something like just going to a gas station, throwing the football around, you know, using the bathroom, and you know, it's just like, you know, it's unbelievable what you can, just how awesome it is. You guys all know that. That's why you're here. I mean, come on now.
Woo!
He's already got his safety glasses on.
I know. He
Hail
does.
glasses.
You want to show your car?
It's ready.
Also, thank you for everyone who signed my thing.
Yeah. Woo! I love it. All right. Thank you so much. You're so awesome. Hey, here you go.
So, I'm familiar with some of the people up here. Can any of y'all raise y'all's hands if you actually go chase, like, weed and all? Okay, I got a question. So, like, my friend over there stated, I make cardboard cars, you know, all those interceptors. Would y'all be interested if I gave you one and dropped it in the path of a tornado? I'll let you put a GoPro on it and everything. I'm being dead serious.
Definitely.
I would give it to you right now.
I'll do you one better.
It's your shot.
I'm going to get with my Otis partners. I'm going to try to get on a drone and we'll fly
Yeah.
into one. How about that?
Fly it into a
we'll
tornado.
test it.
Yeah. I
Test
love
it with
it.
a leaf blower to put it to scale too. A leaf blower, even to like 50 miles an hour is equivalent to like a 500 mile per hour wind at scale
like
with
it.
a vehicle.
The 124 scale vehicle with 50-mile-an-hour winds is equivalent to 500 miles an hour.
Well, I'm not sure, but it's close. A little different active spiral.
You're amazing.
But yeah, we'll drop it into a tornado. We'll have a parachute on it and a probe. Will Clay 25 will make
How
some
are you
sensors for you.
doing? What's your name?
Isaac.
Isaac. Do you have a question?
So what is like the excitement of the storm chasing?
Ooh, we'll have one person or two quick answers. Yeah.
I think a lot of it is the fact that I've been doing this for so long and I still see things I've never seen before. I think that's the big excitement for me is I don't know when I wake up in the morning what I'm going to see at the end of the day. And even seeing as much as I have, I still see new and exciting things.
I love it. Great answer.
I'll say too that it's amazing feeling waking up in the morning, not knowing where you're going to end up that evening. It's the greatest adventure. It's just unlimited possibilities, and you always see something different. It's great, and you can end up at a random gas station in West Texas, and you see the same people, and it's just everyone's excited. It's just a collective vibe. It's the best thing ever.
Yes.
Excitement doesn't go away with age either. It only gets more intense.
Woo! I love it. Great answers.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. You did such a good job. Good job. Hey.
Hi. I just had one question. Like, what classes going into like high school and college? Like, what classes is recommended to take for going into meteorology?
Roger, you want to take this one?
Well, the most important skill that you're going to be using throughout your career in meteorology is anything having to do with physical science. Not because it is the science, not because it's what you learn in just that course, but it builds a foundation. In each step along the way builds a foundation on top of that. So what is the foundation for science? The language of science is math. And so the first thing I would advise any of y'all to do who are in elementary school, junior high, high school, even college, and you haven't switched majors yet, is to learn the math that leads to meteorology. And every step matters, from algebra and high school calculus on up through college calculus, differential equations, partial differentials. You don't need to worry about those big words now. If you do a good job of learning the stuff now, then it will build on itself and it won't look as hard as it looks now. Math is the foundation for all of it. Even if you don't use it much in your career, it gives you conceptual understanding. It gives you a way of ordering a disorderly sky that you'll be able to use when you're out there and you think, this doesn't make sense. I haven't seen this before, but I think I know what's going on here anyway.
Yeah.
And you can adapt to it, and you can adapt to it safely. The second thing is observation, and you don't have to have a degree to do this. A lot of us, I do, and Reed does, and Matthew, but a lot of us here don't have necessarily meteorology degrees. But we're excellent observers. You always look at the sky and see what you can see. And if you have a mindset to be a meteorologist in your career, then remember there's a saying in geology: the best geologists go out and look at the rocks. The best meteorologists go out and look at the sky. And I would say just constantly pay attention to what's going on. Try and understand it. And it's not just the clouds, but why do the clouds look like they do, move like they do? So find any meteorology books you can, dive into them. Meteorology resources online, dive into them, learn from them. Even if you don't understand everything that's there now, read as much as you can. You know, when I was in middle school, I was reading Monthly Weather Review. I may not have understood the equations, but I could read the words and try to figure out what it all meant. So I would just say learn everything you can while you can, and don't stop learning. Just keep learning, and that keeps it a passion for you, because when you go out and see a storm, that storm teaches you things you didn't learn in school or in college. And so you can keep learning, and it keeps being fun, and it never gets boring at all.
I love it. So good. Oh my God, thank you for the question. That was really good. Thanks, Roger. Hi, what's your name?
My name is Clara Peck.
Awesome. What's your question?
So I consider myself to be an artist, and I love meteorology. and I want to know what is a good career for me to tie both art and meteorology into.
It's a great question.
And like, hey, that's where I feel like I'm on the TV side, not the social media side as much. And there is a performance art to it. You have to be able to, like I said before, connect and communicate. And what is art but a way to connect and communicate with others around you using a language that everybody speaks? And honestly, everybody speaks weather. Everybody sees it. It affects everyone. So for me, that's kind of where television spoke to me, because I didn't want to sit behind a desk at a National Weather Service office. I wanted to be with people. I wanted to communicate with people. And I go back to what he was saying about always learning. I loved having the colored pencils on hand analysis and analyzing maps and drawing beautiful thunderstorms, the photography of it, sharing the visuals of it. It's a way to connect all of what you were saying about being out in the field, but finding the beauty in it and finding the humanity in it, and then being able to use yourself as a conduit to connect that all to people who are watching.
I love that. That's a great answer. And something to add to that is so many chasers are photographers, but they're also they're painters. And so you can have a passion for meteorology and chasing, but also sell different things. Like a lot of us have merch stores, jewelry, anything you can dream of, you can do and you can create. So yeah, you got it. Thank you. All right. You want to grab the mic? Go for it.
Hi. Okay, that was a little loud. I'm Jackson. I go by Petrichor online because it's Smell of Rain. It's kind of a neat name. And I want to thank all of you for being here and everybody in the crowd for being here. Of course, this is everything I ever wanted to do this year, basically, except for chase, but I can't really do that. So I'm super glad that I'm around people that know far more than me. And I've studied weather for about 12 years, and y'all still know far more than I could probably know in that time span. So my main question is kind of for Reed, because Reed is a huge influence in my life, but this goes out to everybody here. My career, I mostly want to focus on research on tornadoes specifically, like tornado dynamics, how they work, just to really understand the nitty gritty, right? How would you start from college? You just, you get out of high school, you're a senior, go over to OU, whatever. You're like, hey, can I get a degree? And they're like, okay. And then you get a degree. And then, there's a huge severe weather event and you're like, I'm going to go out and I'm going to drive straight into it. And I'm going to put a little weather app on my phone and I'm going to see the humidity in it. And it's you need a bit more than that, I would say. So I would like to know where to start, if I could build a probe or something or whatnot.
Yeah, and I think they're even starting even younger, building the prototype probes and the Dominators, the interceptors, science missions. You can test them on leaf blowers, and that's kind of when the creative process really starts. And I've seen a lot of new designs as well for Dominators that have even inspired the design of Dominator 5. But once you get to the university that you choose, and I would pick one that does a lot of severe weather research. Texas Tech is a really good one right now. Chris Weiss, who I went to grad school with and played on the OU hockey team there, is a really field-focused guy, and they're doing all kinds of stuff with mobile radars and stick net probes. University of Oklahoma has a lot of field projects. It's a little bit more discouraged to storm chase on your own time there now, but it doesn't mean you can't do it still if you do it safely. And you could develop your own science missions. But the key is once you get to those universities, start making connections, start talking to professors, find mentors that are involved in field science. For me, I was obsessed with Dr. Howie Bluestein at the University of Oklahoma. And he became a mentor of mine. I see him out in the field all the time. And he's my favorite professor all the way through OU. I wish I could have been involved in more of his field projects, certainly driving the radar. But the key is just to make those connections, show your passion, get in there and start talking to professors and get involved in those field projects. And you can learn a lot from them with instrumentation, even how to build your own instruments. Will Clay 25 is making all of our miniaturized sensors now, so it's really good to connect to engineers like that as well, because they really determine the success of your science mission. The sensors that you deploy, the data you collect, everything comes down to the accuracy of the sensors and your idea as well. For us, for tornadoes, it's all about the ground up data. So we figured out that just throwing the sensors out the window is the best way to get the ground up data inside of a tornado from suction vortex and up. And we've seen the occlusion process a lot and had a lot of questions about the tornado genesis process that we want to figure out eventually. But I do think that social media is going to be a great tool to do your own research as well and crowdfund research. But I do think that initially being affiliated with those university field projects is a great way to get your feet wet, learn how to storm chase, do it safely, and then it could lead to more of your own projects. If you have a good idea, you can start writing grants as well and do kind of a hybrid approach. Social media, you can get sponsors behind research even now, just because science is so important, and I think if you have a mission when you're storm chasing that's science involved, then it's easy for people to get behind that.
I love it.
All right.
Awesome.
Thank you for everyone, by the way. For everything you do, you're awesome. Y'all are great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Never stop chasing.
Never stop chasing.
Learning too.
All right, we've got 3.5 minutes. I think we can do this. Short answers. Let's go.
Hi, my name is Max. Since social media is becoming such a big thing, what is some advice that you could give to the younger audience that could help them build their brand on social media in a field that is quickly becoming oversaturated? This could be a good question for Max, could be a good question for Matthew, just because y'all are kind of becoming bigger in this.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's gotten a lot more saturated over the last couple of years. I mean, I've noticed that, it was basically on YouTube specifically. If we're just talking about YouTube, it was mostly for nationwide weather, just me and Ryan. And now we have a lot of other people that are starting to make their own channels. And I think it's a great thing. Like, I think in general, in the weather space, competition is very important because it drives everybody significantly to do better. I mean, we've been upgrading a bunch of stuff on our end and making our streams even better, so we are competing nonstop. But I think for anybody out there that wants to make a channel, I think what you need to do is just find a niche. I know somebody just came up here talking about how they want to do designing. I think designing is one of the places in the weather space that is very undersaturated. I've seen so many weather graphics that do not look very good. I think there's a lot of potential there. So I would find your niche. I think you have to have a niche in this space. You need to be unique, and you have to also have very good communication.
I love it. Thank you, Max. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hi. How are you? Want to take the mic?
Sure, I can take the mic.
Awesome.
Hey, Jen, hold on one sec. I do want to add something to that, but it's more of a question to Carissa.
Yeah.
I work with Carissa, and she's my boss. So one thing we've noticed is social media, right, and the request from content from news sources in social media. So do you want to talk about that and maybe why the news media is hurting right now and why some of that happens? Do you have the opportunity to do that?
Well, yeah. And I think it's no secret, and Dave can kind of help me out here with this too, that traditional broadcast media, and you mentioned local news, Jen, it's gone in a different direction. And as the market continues to saturate, as people can get everything on their phone, they can get everything on YouTube, and they can be in the storm with you. Why wouldn't they want to do that? And it's difficult too, because we serve a larger brand and we have to consider the larger brand that we work for. Whereas I love when Max said, find your niche, because that's your brand and you can serve your brand the best possible way and be unique, because everybody out there wants to be the next Reed Timmer, the next Max Velocity. We don't need that. We need the next you. We need that brand. And, woo! So to build on what Max was saying, you have to find what makes you you. And that's what I tell the meteorologists that I work with every day. It's like, I don't want to, a lot of consultants in TV are going to try and fit you in a box. Everybody's going to try and fit you in a box and make you do what they think you need to. And that's sometimes difficult when you have to serve a larger brand. But I want the best version of you. I want you to be uniquely you, because then, especially, we are lucky to work for a national platform. Then I can connect with people in Alabama. I can connect with people in Washington. I can connect with people all over the country with different media outlets. And by being that best version of you, you can go out there and connect with people as well. But that's where the professionalism, the communication, that side of things has to come in as well. Because when it's a larger organization trying to find those social media videos and trying to go forth and get that content for us to put on air, we don't have a lot of resources monetarily to always do that. We have to find ways to work with professionalism, with people who are doing the best version of themselves, but also doing the right thing. How do I say that, Dave?
I think the thing I'll say, just to adding on real quick, is earn their trust. Yeah. If social media earn their trust, I think that's underrated. I think that's we kind of forget that sometimes, and I think it's important to have that rapport with the people who are watching you or following you. I think that's really important. Is just to make sure that the people who are listening to you know that you know what the heck you're talking about.
I love it. Awesome. All right, so we are well over time, but we're going to do this really quickly. 30-second answers. Go for it.
Alrighty, that's fine.
Yeah.
Alrighty. This is for all of you guys. Do you believe the growing push for formal credentials and tech integration is helping or hurting the raw passion that originally drove storm chasing and severe weather research? And how do we keep that passion?
Ooh. That's good.
Let's face it, the founder of this, Tim Samaras, had no meteorological education at all. He was an inventor, he was a Renaissance man, and he was a self-taught guy. So I think credentials can be overblown. They're very important for some things, but don't let that stop you. The passion is really where it comes from.
I love it. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, the last and final question. Here we go.
Hello, my name is Zoe, and I've asked this question to a few people already, but out of all the meteorologist schools, which one would you prefer most?
Whoa! Actually,
I'm biased.
Okay, let's go down the line really quick and you just name it. Name what school you went to. Go.
University of Wisconsin at Madison.
Woo!
I'm biased because I went here, but Embry-Riddle in Daytona Beach.
Woo!
University of Oklahoma, but there's lots of other universities out there.
Metro State University, right here in Denver. University of Oklahoma.
Nice. Woo!
I have two. I went to the College of DuPage and also Metro State. Here.
Woo!
The Ohio State University.
Settle down, settle down.
Now, the best meteorology school for you is going to be the school that best fits your interests in the field.
Woo! Jackpot answer.
That may not be any of these. That may not be any of these that were just named. Some schools have stronger aspects, like Florida State for tropical, OU, or even Penn State for severe. Since I went to one of those schools, I'll just say this: Boomer!
Boomer! See, I didn't go to a meteorology school. I went to Harvard and I badgered them to let me take as many atmospheric sciences classes as I could. I went to MIT 3 days a week. I got to learn from Carrie Emanuel. And so it's not even necessarily about the school you go to. It's about the program you design for yourself and the professors you get to learn from.
Woo! That's good. That's really good.
Yeah, so I went the military route. So I was doing the military, and they put me through school, right? So I started at a junior college, and then I went to the atmospheric science that the military has, and then I finally, as a 40-something-year-old, finished my degree at Embry-Riddle.
Woo!
A great closing question.
That's, even your older folks, if you're in your 30s, don't give up. I mean, it took me forever. So.
Yes. Woo! Thank you so much. Thank you, all right, so I just want to thank everyone, all the young ones that came up here, and our panelists who have been up here for over an hour. You're incredible. You're brilliant. You're some of my closest friends, and you've shared your wisdom with everyone here in this room. So please give them all a big round of applause. Woo! And you guys can.
Now, kindly clear the stage.
Yeah! Woo! Oh my god. Oh yeah, we're done. Can we take a big photo?
Hey guys, we have a little technical here. We're gonna go on a 5-minute break. Go take a bathroom break. Go take a bathroom break. Come back in 5 minutes. They're gonna get this fixed.